What is up, guys?
Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we build on topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels are microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast.
Fast enough. Ground control to major time. Ground control. Man, it's gonna be incredible today. Let me get myself together, man. No glasses today. I think I'm gonna do it without the glasses. Man, welcome to another episode of Killah Priest Podcraft. I am your host, Killah Priest. Horoscope is out. Only on CD now, but it'll be on all platforms soon. Welcome, and running the craft is none other than A.D.A. Dizzle.
Peace, what's good? Welcome back. It's going to be a wild show. You already know. Let's go.
Let's shout out to our architects in the building and our oracle, Coach Kadaka, architect Vinny Black Lodge, and Voltage going to come in. And we want to say shout out to the craft room, the Rocketeers, and the Craftmen. Danny Selena says, brother Glow. Shout out to you, brother. I am in Glow Force. Man, it's like I got a new attitude, a new energy. I'm just up. Maybe because it's 420.
Hey.
Maybe because it's the 420. SL said 420 edition. Yeah, we're going to get into that. Shout out to Be Real. He's right down. He's not too far from here.
He's down the street, yo.
Right down the street. I just missed him. Just went over there to check him out, man. But he had hit me up. Today we're gonna do a special 420 edition today. But I'm hyped. Tall God Heru is in the building. Let's make some noise. We loaded up yet? Noise.
Yep.
Tall God Heru is in the building. Cyrus 7 says Jody. Jody Southworth is in the building. Shout out to Jody. As John, we filling up today. You know, the scholars bring cats out. Once the scholars come in, and we have people that can actually go into a lot of the things that I know the craft room loves and people like, and it's not your everyday thing. We have Dave Flores in the building today.
Hey.
And he's cooking up something lovely, you know what I mean? He's a chef also, not just an animator. He can also he's a chef also, man. We're gonna taste his food later on. Jax Lane said horoscope. I hope you got it, my brother. Thank you for everyone who's got the CD. Shout out to you. Shout out to y'all. Word. I talked to him Monday through Friday on this podcast, this Discord, Be Real. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. You know, cats like Be Real and Snoop and Wiz Khalifa. I was going to say Willie Nelson. A couple of other people out there, Heavy Method Man, Red Man. These days are very. This is like some what you want to call it? How ceremonial day. This day would be rosters all over the world. This is not just this is a day of peace, honor, and it's almost like their birthday. You know what I mean? Right? AD.
Yeah.
Word.
I actually haven't even started today.
You haven't sparked?
I haven't sparked it up. Yeah, I just woke up, had some breakfast. I haven't sparked it up yet. I kind of did smoke last night though.
Hey.
But yeah, I don't know.
But you went light.
I mean, every day is kind of a good day to smoke. You know what I mean?
Right.
Once this day comes around, it's kind of just like, all right, well,
no doubt.
go with the flow.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
But you know, I mean, this day, Peter Tosh, yeah, shout out to Demetrius.
Hey.
Cheech and Chong.
Yeah.
Oh, those are experts. Cheech and Chong, that's the only cat that did it out of the car pipe, right? The exhaustion pipe. They smoked the weed on the movie and was smoking out of the car exhaustion pipe.
Man. Cannabis legends.
Yeah, those are legends.
All the weed is super strong nowadays, though, yo.
You think
It's way I had to get a smaller bong because back in the day, like 2005,
right?
You used to have zongs, big bongs, and you could just do long tokes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the weed was a different level of potency back then. Nowadays, it's so strong. I had to get a smaller bong, man, just to like small doses.
Mellow it out.
1 or 2 hits goes a long way nowadays.
Right.
With how strong this cannabis is.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know the numbers, but THC content's above 19.
Yeah, I've heard some have 30. It's hard to go to that 99, but
yeah, I mean, then you got concentrates. People are doing dabs.
30.
Yeah.
30's high.
And you guys do the dabs out there with the blowtorch. You know what I mean? And they go to all that, man. I've done dabs, and it's like you're just gone.
Yeah.
It just takes you to outer space immediately.
See, some of that stuff when you're doing the bong, man, I got stories, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, but some of it was like, I'll be amazed. You know, man, shout out to Stockton. Because I had, you know, we do the Killah Priest OG, Killah Priest OG, and we was doing Woo-Goo. And so I had all these products, right? All these products at my crib. I mean, edibles and stuff like that. So one of my friends' daughters came over. She brought a whole bunch of friends, you know, and I just had too much weed and edibles, drinks, and all type of stuff. And I even had things that you got to put in the bong, but it's a special kind. Like they had these new type of inventions, and they came over, and I told them, I said, "Yo, you could, y'all can have all of this. I mean, y'all know what to do, but you need certain equipment." She left, and came back with her crew. And when I tell you, they had like torches that the dude said, I got it. They had the little book bag. They pulled out torches. I'm talking about blow torches. They had like these, everything special for weed. One dude had gloves like he was a surgeon. Like he just took, and they took, and he thanked me, and it almost like a tear came out of his eye. He's like, all this weed, we know exactly what to do with it. It was almost like if your house was invaded by a pest, and you had pest control come over, and it took assessment and just looked at the place. He looked at all the weed and the edibles and said, "Priest, don't worry about it. We know exactly what to do with this." And they consumed everything, yo. It was incredible the way they did it. I was like, wow. And they was like, "No, you need this." I was like, well, they told me you need an extra gas. They had gas tank. I think somebody pulled out a gas, man. They had everything, man, and they just destroyed. And I left. I left my own crib, yo. And when I came back, the problem was solved. It was like this. They was high. I was like, "Oh, Pre, thank you. Everything's clear. We just smoked everything." Ate up all your cookie, everything. And remember that one you said that was high potent? They took that down. You know what I'm saying? It was like maybe 8 of them. What they did to weed was incredible. The way they did it. Yo, no, y'all laughing. I know. I laughed too. I told her mom, Janisha. Shout out to Janisha. Shout out to Stockton, man. Wrong button on that. Shout out to Stockton. Because they drove all the way from Stockton to take care of that business. You know, everybody's 16, 18, stuff like that. They're young. You know what I mean? 18 to smoke. But they just came and they did work. They did work. It did work. I was like, wow, I was amazed. I didn't know what to do. And that's when they was coming out with all this new, like you said, AD, small bongs. They even have this one that's like a harmonica. It's the, you know, where the monkey be dancing?
You mean the volcano?
It's like a, you know, that instrument that go wang, 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 wang.
The accordion.
Accordion. It had a bong like that. So you squeeze it, and in the air you light something. I don't know. You light something, and you just squeeze. Somehow smoke was coming out of there. I didn't even see him put the weed in, but it was just like, I had all this like futuristic super ways they was doing it, because at all the weed conventions, especially today, y'all gonna get to see like mad stuff come. You know what I mean? Like mad different styles come. Yeah. So it's like at these conventions, I was the only one that was going there and showing all this stuff. So I would get all of these things because nobody else wanted to go. Shout out to Ghost though, but everybody, you know, was chilling. I went to the weed stores and I actually saw him. Shout out, I see you in the building. McKepper in the building.
Yeah, he's right there.
He says, Blaze one for the nation, rockets, don't stop it. Got a rocket, don't stop. And so it was like a different type of feeling. You know what I mean? Like when you getting it and all of this stuff and you bringing it in. Yeah. I didn't know what to do with it. That, you know. So I called Johnisha. Shout out to Johnisha. And she said, my daughter and them will take care of that, please. She's like, yo, my daughter come through and they'll take care of all of that. Dang. And they did an expert job. So shout out to futuristic bongs, tornadoes. They had something called a tornado. You ever heard of the tarantula? They had a concordance. Yo, I had all this stuff, man. I was like, yo.
We heard of the gravity bong. You heard of gravity bong?
Of course.
That's where they use the water.
Yeah.
And they just pulls in the smoke and then.
Man, they was putting juice. They put juice in it. Said that you'll get a different feel if you put juice. And then shout out to Portland too. A lot of experts up there went up to Portland. They were smoking he made a bong out of a Pepsi can. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know about that, huh?
I can see that. Yeah.
He made the bong out the Pepsi can, put it, you know, I was like, wow.
You can make a pipe out of an apple.
Out of an apple. I saw
you
that.
know what I'm saying?
I saw that. Nutrition. Get your nutrition. Get your nutrients.
Or a pear.
Yeah, exactly. Word.
It's crazy.
Yo, but shout out to everybody that's 420 who's, if you're high already, a lot of y'all out there high. You know, Cali is 3 hours behind, so they just getting started. You know what I mean?
Shout out. We got Dr. Green Thumb shop just opened up down the street.
Yes, right down here.
Over here in Inglewood.
Yeah, so we definitely gonna get Dr. Green Thumb to come through.
Yeah.
For real. Yeah. Yeah, man.
Y'all can see David in the back cooking up in the kitchen. You making edibles?
Making green curry.
Green curry.
Green curry. Hey, that's
with some cannabis extraction.
That's it today.
All you got to do is put it in the butter.
Man.
You know what I'm saying? Just make some canna butter, and you can be cooking all day with weed.
Yeah, that's it. Different styles. Canna butter. I think edibles are way more potent.
Yeah, it's kind of a better way to ingest it. It'll last longer, and then you're not getting the harshness going through the lungs. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people be doing blunts.
Oh, they're going back to blunts?
Yeah, I mean, blunts has always been around, but like, you know, the girls at the club, they're all about rolling blunts and backwoods, and, you know, that's got tobacco in it, and it's just, it could be so harsh on the lungs, you know what I mean? It creates irritants in the lungs, and then your body creates serotonin from all that, and it's like, you know, I know you get used to it and everything, but damn, it could just be really harsh on the lungs.
I'm with you.
I'm spoiled with the water filtration.
Oh, bougie.
Yeah, shout out to which is just smokers. You know, water pipes and stuff like that.
If you're smoking your weed with water pipes,
you're
putting water involved, then you're bougie.
And people got spliffs and all that, and it's like, yo, I'm not trying to mess with tobacco.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Tobacco is you still out there.
It's in the paper.
You might as well get that yellow. Remember they used to back in the days, used to sell weed in a yellow envelope. I don't know, they used to fold it up. The rosters used to stick it under the door. Now I had to go to the store a couple of times, get some of the that stuff.
Voltage says he quit smoking blunts.
Oh, shout out to Voltage. He's in the building. Architect Voltage in the building. I quit smoking blunts. Yeah, because of the I just found out that it's tobacco. Didn't realize that.
No, Ethan, I do not sprinkle Kool-Aid in my blunts.
Hey,
that's not funny. Kool-Aid is delicious.
Oh yeah.
I would not do that to the Kool-Aid.
Yes.
I like the blue Kool-Aid, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, the blue?
Yeah, I like the blue one.
They bit off the hood, man.
Voltage says 80 had avocado toast this morning. I did not. I had 2 eggs and Greek yogurt.
Oh, that's bougie.
With organic blueberries and strawberries.
Bougie.
And with chopped up, toasted sourdough bread.
Bougie.
All in a big bowl, just stirred up.
Bougie.
It's bomb.com. It comes out to about 35 grams of protein. It's delicious.
Super bougie. Super bougie.
Yeah, man.
That's a $75.
Half cup organic orange juice. It was bomb.com.
Oh, super bougie.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah.
What happened to you? Just regular breakfast, man. Regular breakfast used to be dope.
Yeah.
And then when you got to slice you said avocado toast.
Avocado toast is good too.
But you should have blow.
I got my avocado
usually
on my second meal. I break out the guacamole.
But then you came out with the But then you had to have the. Do you have to have the freshly squeezed with it?
Yeah. Well, I start with that.
Yeah.
So I start with a half cup fresh squeezed orange juice.
Yeah.
So let get that liver glycogen going.
Yeah.
And then the acidity from the orange juice gets the stomach ready.
Right.
To digest the breakfast that's coming in.
So that's like scientific.
Yo, I'm into the nuance.
Yeah, exactly.
Of food.
You definitely go to Whole Foods more than any other supermarket.
Yeah, but also Pavilions, because Pavilions has stuff that Whole Foods doesn't have.
Yeah. Pavilions.
Yeah, so I don't knock it, because Whole Foods doesn't have everything. It's got some good stuff.
Yeah.
But you got to go to a regular store sometimes just to get other things.
Yeah, well.
Do you know what I mean?
Upscale. I mean, I had savage moments where, late at night you go to Ralph's. I'm ashamed. But I had to do it. You know what I'm saying?
It just depends what you're getting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But have you been to Erewhon yet?
Not in years. There's one right there in Marina Del Rey. We got to check that out.
Yeah.
But
go to Erewhon. You're gonna get some cold pressed. Mm-hmm. Should be. That's why I said cold pressed juice is $5.99 at my crib.
No, Demetrius, I do not pull white girls at Whole Foods. I prefer Latinas.
Yoga.
Yeah.
When we go to Whole Foods, we looking for yoga. Except one Ralph's. There's one Ralph's by AD. It's on a Whole Food level. That's the flyest Ralph's.
Okay.
Your Ralph's is the best Ralph's.
You like this Ralph's down here?
Ralph has so many.
You like the girls.
Yeah, exactly. But then you see yoga pants. You don't see yoga pants when you shopping unless there's a gym around.
It's because we're right by Culver City and Venice is right there, so it's like in between Ralph's, between cities. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you usually see baggy jeans at regular restaurant. I said restaurant. Supermarkets. You have and they're called supermarkets because really they're called grocery stores. That's when you really hood. But when you go into like supermarkets and you go to say your Ralph's, and some people got association. I don't even know if that's still out. We gotta get into the history of grocery stores first. We got luxury, but then they step it up. You don't usually see yoga pants until you step into the upscale world of Whole Foods. That's when you introduce to bluefin tuna. I'm gonna do this. And organic grapes.
Yeah.
Yogurt. If you do yogurt, that's bougie. First of all, yogurt is fake milk or fake ice cream, right?
It's a good probiotic. Yeah, yogurt's really good. I get the non-fat.
I don't know what it's supposed to be. Ice cream or
it's delicious.
Ice cream or is it milk? What is it?
I mean, it's a probiotic. Bougie. Yeah, it's good. It's just really bomb.
Right.
It's just good. And it's like a really high source of calcium.
Right.
Most people are deficient in calcium.
Right.
And it's a good protein source. Big time. Especially get non-fat.
Do you eat Gouda? What's that? Gouda? Gouda cheese?
Gouda? I heard about it, but I haven't had it. I like sharp cheddar.
All right, then you down to earth.
Yeah.
Gouda cheese I never ate. But then you can step up to, there's different levels. and bouginess with that because Goudas have the name on it, and it's just like who made it, where does it come from?
Yeah,
There's a whole bunch of stuff out there.
yeah.
Vinny Black says I'll do yogurts every 6 or 7 years for
Yo,
a spell.
True Seeker says yoga is demonic.
Yoga is demonic. AD?
Don't worry, True Seeker. I'm not doing yoga. But Priest is talking about the girls at Whole Foods are likely to do yoga.
Somebody said your gut.
They're
yoga.
also gluten free.
Oh, what's gluten free? Yoga?
No, like if you get food
Yoga.
that's gluten free, it's missing that gluten, which is like a protein that can be like an irritant to some people who have celiac disease.
Right. Oh, okay.
But yeah, it just depends.
Baby bells are always good too. What's baby bells?
I don't know.
Oh, pineapple strawberry yogurt. I don't get yogurt. I just don't. I know it's like an alternative ice cream.
No, it's
What
not,
was
because
sugar?
ice cream is more
is it?
like a. Ice cream is like you're getting
Fake.
protein, you're getting fat, you're getting carbs. It's all in one spot. If you get a non-fat yogurt, you're getting mostly just protein. That's a good protein source.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's good for the stomach. It's like I said again, it's a probiotic. Yeah, I'm definitely a pro yogurt person.
Yeah, exactly.
Organic.
Oh, pro yogurt. But
Yeah, I got some. I'll give you some if you want to try
Nah,
it.
man. I don't
You put
do
some
yogurt.
blueberries in there, some strawberries in there.
Nah, I'm not gonna
Switch
mess
it
up
all around. You put a little teaspoon of honey.
I'm not gonna mess up strawberries and
Yo,
blueberries
it's
just for the
bomb.
satisfaction of
It's-
fake of yogurt.
Yo, it's
I can't
good.
do it. I
You
can't
haven't
do
had
it.
good yogurt, man. It's
Nah.
bomb. It's really good.
I can't do yogurt. I can't even do milk.
Then you get your protein up.
Huh?
Milk? Yeah. I mean, I was just talking to this girl about it the other day. She only likes whole milk. She's great. She says only whole milk. She don't do no 2%.
Is
or
it a
1%.
half milk?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Because once you start going into 2% and 1%, then they got to fortify it and add in vitamin D3. They got to add stuff into it to make up for the fact that they took the fat out that had most of the nutrients.
See, that's too much carry the one. Yeah, that's too
I'm
much.
all about carry the one, though.
Yeah,
you know what I
carry
mean?
the one, the remainder.
Yeah,
that's
it's
too
interesting, man. It's a whole world. Uh-oh. True Seeker says, check my brother Wayne yoga is demonic skit. Okay.
Man, I did hear something like that, man. I heard it wasn't that old.
Yeah.
I heard something about it not being that old. I know the art of stretching and things like that. And Downward Dog, I heard something like that, but we won't get into that.
But it depends on who's saying it's demonic, because, you know, people would say back in the day that those that were creating certain mixtures would be witch doctors, because they would create things like, I don't know, aspirin or some type of, you know, medical herb that would be so, you know, good for you in some way that, oh, you must be a witch doctor. That person's, when they're just using chemicals, you know, to make things happen, or the apothecary would be putting things together and like, you know what I mean? So it depends on the perspective. I don't know. Some people would say yoga is just stretching. You know, if someone's against raising the kundalini, oh, that's demonic. You know, oh, astrology, oh, that's demonic. It's like, oh, I don't understand it. Therefore, I don't know. It depends.
Demetrius said breast milk.
Ooh,
No, don't start that. Don't start that.
I mean,
For real?
it's the same macronutrient profile as Haagen-Dazs.
But don't you have to be
Protein, fat, carbs.
Cambodian breast milk?
Now you're talking about that skit with
Yeah, with Dave Chappelle.
with Diddy.
Yeah, Cambodian breast
That was
milk.
hilarious.
Yeah. Milk straight from the cows. Teat,
Grass fed.
grass fed. See, let me make a disclaimer. We got to make a disclaimer because are you saying that
We have a
grass-fed?
disclaimer and a description.
Yeah. No, because here we go. True Seeker says urine.
What do you say?
Well, we remember Amanda. We had a couple of cats come over and talk about the urine.
Yeah, that's where I draw the
That's
line.
a required take. That's too deep.
Yeah.
Some people, but I've heard of that before though, because you do put urine on stingrays. Bit when you got hit by a stingray, the right stingray. Some people get hit by a stingray and it has to come off. Tony does it. What he says.
Free stem cells through urine therapy. Okay, I'm sure there's a lot of benefits, but I ain't doing it. I'm an open-minded person, but that's where I draw the line.
And he dropped the bomb there too. So he's saying, free, you gotta read it like he said it, free stem cells through urine therapy. I don't get that part. I mean, free your stem cells?
No.
It goes back in. Nah, I'm not gonna knock it because I'm not gonna, because you never know. A couple of more years, you be like, yo, urine is the way to go. Another level from golden showers. Nah, the regular way, yeah, exactly. Emporium. Yeah, food emporium. That's NY thing. Yeah, Midwest. All right.
11 Rogue says yoga is union with divine. Most things in name of yoga are technically preparation for it, but we call them yoga for intents and purpose.
Hey, okay. Yeah, the art of stretching. I'm not knocking it, but I heard it was wasn't that old. But this from different people. I mean, I don't take it literally. Like,
yeah,
it might be, it could be, you know. But I did hear it was a new concept. Some people said it was old. It's just different ideas, and you gotta weigh and judge. You gotta weigh and judge it, man. Just do what's good for you. That's what I say. What works, whatever works. You know what I'm saying? So it's like Octa Santos. Blender. Are you ready to start the show, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good because it's 4:20. I know everybody getting lit up. Wow, we got a returning guest. This cat right here, man. Last time he was on here, it was beautiful. It was dope. I mean, yo, man, we might have Gozy coming through too. Be dope. But it was incredible the last time he was in here. It was dropping the science on the Dogon. The thing that I like about it is that it kind of like, I'm gonna ask him when he get here. And he's a number one bookseller. He has a bunch of books and a lot of books out there, a lot of books. Me and AD looked up a little earlier and he has some books. Laird Scranton, man, what could I say about him? Is he in the room yet? You know, talking. Yeah. Danny Devine said he infuses tea. Okay. Well, you got, speaking of that, look what I got. This is Cavi tea. This is one herbal. This is a herb weed tea. Lemon. This is lemon tea. Contains. So this is tea that's infused with weed. Very strong too. It says place the bag in a cup for 6 to 10. Let it steep for 3 to 5. And the amount of water may affect the flavor and potency. So y'all can get your weed tea. I might just throw some in there. We don't have the water I like, but we got water. Let's get it. Let's get back to your water when you
spring water.
Yeah, for the birds. For the birds. And I don't want spring water, the spring water crew to come up wanting to battle because everybody got to click. Spring water, distilled water, reverse osmosis. What's the other one? I just like water.
Alkaline.
Clean. You know, there's water that tastes dirty, but we live on a water planet, so you could get to your right water. We have a lot of water. This is what separates us from everybody. Water. If you got water, that's life. It's more life near the beach. I guess that's what made Kemet so incredible, so-called Kemet. That's what made it so incredible was the Nile River. Everybody near there, you got a kingdom. You got people lively, creating. You get to Euphrates, the Euphrates rivers. You go back in those days and they make them lively, and they were doing things more active. Notice when you're near the beach, more active. Yeah, there you go. So we about to do this. It's about to be on. Yeah, listen. Craft room. I mean, the last time we had this moment, it was super great, and it's time to get your books open. And you by yourself. If you by yourself or you with a loved one or anything, you get your books open. You get your pen. Remember, you always research, do these things. And I know my man is ready because he's already booked up. Oh man, I just want to bring them right in right now. So as y'all fill up, let's get ready because it's gonna be great today. I can tell it's one of those days, man. And it's 4:20. For real, I want to invite Laird Scranton to the Podcraft.
I've been looking forward to this all week.
Oh man, number 2. Number 2, man. How you been?
Great, good. No complaints. How about you? We had snow this week.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, snow.
Snow, yeah. The areas near us had 10 inches of snow the other day.
Wow.
We were lucky we only had about 2, but
Oh wow. So that's crazy. Everything's supposed to, I know the weather been acting strange. Yeah, it's been strange. So any particular reason for that? That's nuts.
yeah, they're giving us all the seasons in 1 week. That's what they're trying to do.
I knew it was something to it. For real. All the season in 1 week, man. Yeah, they're trying to. Man, I don't even know where to start, man. I'm just gonna start. The chat room, he's in the building. Make sure y'all hit that super chat. We're gonna get ready to go. I know y'all gonna have questions. I'm just gonna start off is how you been? You said you've been great, but you have a new book.
Yep.
Let me see. It's called Amma and the Spark of the Universe.
Right.
Man, let us know about Amma and the Spark of the Universe. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, when the Dogon talk about creation, they credit a mythological character called Amma, who is a lot like Amen in Egypt. Amma holds a place comparable to Amen in the Dogon cosmology. In original form, it looks like Amma was feminine. But midway through this tradition, there's sort of reversals that happen. Matriarchy becomes replaced with patriarchy. And so in later eras, you have male gods instead of female goddesses. But the Dogon in the end, they don't really deify Amma. Amma is a character who's playing a role in myths to illustrate some concepts. And we can tell from Amma's name what concepts Amma is supposed to represent. Is a syllable that means knowledge. Wisdom is the principal thing, right?
Hey, give me a bar for that.
Ma is a syllable that means perception. And these are the, knowledge in the biblical sense is the initiating act of biological reproduction. And perception is the act that initiates the formation of matter. And so you can tell from Amma's name that Amma is the force of the process that sort of sets things off. And they're talking about how life forms and how matter forms and how the universe forms and how consciousness forms. My book, Amma and the Spark of the Universe, is trying to get down to the very bottom of that. It's getting down, the Dogon talk about things that people like Stephen Hawking and Brian Greene don't talk about, which is how do we get from a domain of pure energy, which is presumably how things start, to an atom in a way that it makes any kind of sense scientifically. And so the Dogon lay that all out for us, but it's tricky to try to sort out, what does each piece represent scientifically? And that's what this book is about.
Wow, that's crazy, man. Do anthropologists and or scientists, do they acknowledge the work? Do they acknowledge the work of the Dogon?
No, as a matter of fact, they do everything they can to sort of minimize it or to explain it away. But that's true of anything that sort of steps outside of the traditional paradigm gets that kind of treatment, at least in the beginning. I think it was Copernicus who chose not to publish until after his death because he knew what a bad reaction there would be from the traditional scientists.
Wow, that's crazy. So, oh man, thank you for that one. So, what is Amma? What is the Amma?
Okay, so Ama, the Dogon say that the word, every Dogon word carries a cluster of meanings. And the cluster is, these are discrete meanings. So if you know one of the meanings, you can't really guess the other meanings. But those clusters hold true from culture to culture to culture to culture. So that's part of what I use to make comparisons when I go to Sanskrit language or other cultures that have other languages. These clusters of meanings hold true. Ama primarily means to grasp or to hold firm or to establish. The Hebrew word amen comes from a root that means to establish. Amen in Egypt, the name of Amen also means to grasp or to hold firm or to establish. So we understand that there's direct comparison between these concepts in these different cultures. When we boil it all down to the bottom, the Dogon are talking about energy. This all starts with energy, and the only two real candidates we have for energy in root form is magnetism and electricity. In India, the tradition in India is based on a philosophy called Samkhya, and Samkhya says that formation of the universe began with two energies, one that they associate with non-materiality, which is magnetism, and the other one is associated with materiality, that's electricity. And so as the Dogon talk about this, we sort of have to educate ourselves a little bit about the nature of magnetism and electricity. I should have paid better attention in high school physics class. I didn't know very much about electricity or magnetism, but they set it all out for us in a way that you really can't misunderstand. Once you get a sense of what they're talking about, they talk about the key attributes that magnetism tends to take action in a circular form, tends to rotate. And electricity tends to take action in a linear form. And it's the combining of these two energies that sort of sets off a chain reaction that produces matter. The same way that if you lower the temperature enough, you can change water into ice. If you slow the time frame enough, you can change energy into matter, according to the Dogon.
And all this is science. All this is science. I like how, like even if you take it esoteric, how it still breaks down in a scientific realm. Explain that. Yeah, I love that. I love that part. That they were doing it. Can you explain a little bit more in depth on that?
Sure. The Dogon priests are the ones who are saying they're describing how matter forms. And
wow.
So when I realized that that's what they were saying, I didn't know all that much about the subject myself, but I knew enough to recognize that they had a correct description of an atom, and they had correct descriptions of electrons and protons, and they even did a drawing that was a correct representation of an electron orbital shape, the shape that an electron makes when it circles the nucleus of an atom. And so I thought, wow, if they have this topmost science correctly represented and correctly described, what about the whole descending structure they're talking about? What are the chances that all of that might be scientifically correct too? And as it turns out, it all is. There's a reasonable scientific perspective from which what the Dogon say makes sense. I've been reading books recently by a geneticist and she's a geneticist and a biologist. She recently passed away. Her name was May Wan Ho, and she talks about the energy of biological organisms. And she describes it in all the same terms as the Dogon. The Dogon are saying that the dynamics of energy that create matter are the same dynamics that produce biological life and the same dynamics that produce consciousness. And so to have strictly scientific researcher of a high caliber who publishes books through top world scientific publishers describing the energetics of biology in point by point, exactly the same terms the Dogon described them in, is really reaffirming to me, because it adds a whole other level of dimension to this stuff. I understand it from a matter perspective. This woman understood it from the perspective of biology. I'm working on trying to understand it from the perspective of consciousness.
Is this all?
Now, the way it starts with what's called a superconductive domain. A superconductive domain is a situation where the energies, electricity runs unresisted, but at a rate that is just below the threshold that would awaken magnetism. And so magnetism is dormant. It's as if magnetism is sleeping in this domain, but the electricity is perpetual. It moves at ultra high speed, and you wouldn't have to add any energy to it for it to go on forever. But periodically there are little sparks that happen, random sparks and other things that can interfere with the circuit of energy in this domain. And anything that interferes with that circuit creates a spark. And that spark awakens a north and a south pole of magnetism. And those three, they're called monopoles. Those three monopoles end up rotating, so they're a lot. The north and south pole are opposite what the rest of the domain is, and they get shoved out of the domain and sort of self-evoke a material domain separate from this original non-material domain. And that sets off a chain reaction, a set of half a dozen different dynamics of energy that just keep repeating all the way up the scale. And if you understand what they are, then suddenly how a hydrogen atom works makes sense, and how birth of stars happens makes sense. It's all the same all the way up the scale. It doesn't matter what level you observe these dynamics of energy on, it's all the same thing.
And they knew all of this. Did they find any telescopes, anything, or was this all that they'd known? And like, how did they get this information? Did you know?
The Dogon and the Buddhists both say they learned it. It was instructed to them in ancient times by a group of teachers who thoroughly understood all the science. This wasn't presented as theory. This was presented as fact. As Stephen Hawking says, there are more than 200 fundamental particles of matter. He doesn't know exactly how many. He says more than 200. The Dogon say there are 266. So whoever put the system together, this was not theoretical. These are people who are masters of the subject.
That's crazy.
And they did it in a way that the Dogon took charge of keeping this information straight for thousands and thousands of years. The Dogon society is focused on preserving original forms of symbols and words and ritual practices and civic practices and so forth.
Wow. And this is crazy. That was very close. Without they just knew this. That's very close. They have you got me speechless on that. That's very close. 266 to 200, and they just came up with this. There's no telescopes found or anything, or what you think?
Because the Dogon weren't the ones who the material didn't originate with the Dogon. It originated with, imagine the best science teacher you had, or the best high school teacher you had, and all the things you might have learned from them.
Right.
Back years ago, there was a skit on Saturday Night Live called The 5-Minute University.
Right.
And the concept of the skit was, if you paid them $20, they'd teach you everything you would remember 5 years later about a subject. And so their economics course consisted of teaching you the words supply and demand, because that's all you're going to remember 5 years later. Well, so all these ancient cultures are sort of that way. Each one of them has preserved some bits and pieces of what the original instruction was. But a couple of certain groups, like the Dogon and the Buddhists and the Hindus, did a much better job of preserving the details in original form. And there are ways you can tell when it's original. And so my work is to take each aspect of this and start with what one of those cultures says about a symbol or about a concept, and then compare it to how the other cultures understood that same symbol or that same concept. And so we end up triangulating in on an original meaning for the thing, that it's a consensus agreement that the Buddhists and the Kabbalists and the Hindus and the Tibetan Buddhists and the Dogon, the ancient Egyptians, the Maoris, and other cultures all around the world are in a consensus agreement about what the symbol represented. And then I feel like I'm on firm ground saying, here's what it represents.
Wow. Oh man. That was that was heavy. In your book, and all of this information is in your books?
Yes, and the book sort of moved geographically. I was very lucky to start with the Dogon, because if I'd, looking back now, 25 years or whatever, if I had perfect knowledge when I started, I couldn't have picked a better culture than the Dogon to start with. They first of all, they did the best job of preserving the details, in my estimation, and they have details that sort of cross over into 3 or 4 different key ancient traditions. They have certain things that are just like Hinduism and certain things that are just like Buddhism. You can predict, based on Dogon culture, that if the Dogon do a particular thing societally, that the ancient Egyptians did it too at around 3000 BC.
Wow.
And so to have 3 or 4 different key ancient cultures represented under one umbrella, tells you a lot, that this all started out in one place as one thing, and this sort of differentiated as time went on.
And you were talking about these beings, or how would you put them in equations? Because I know that ancient Egypt, they was talking about the Tudus, and then it goes down to who did the Dogons talk about? The Dogons had a similar type of where they said they get their knowledge from. Go ahead.
Okay, the Dogon talk about a mythical group of teachers called the Numo. The Numo get complicated because back in 1975, a British author named Robert Temple wrote a book called The Sirius Mystery. And Robert Temple was working from he only had a chapter or two of the French anthropological study of the Dogon culture to work with. So he didn't have all the details in front of him when he wrote his book, but he came to the conclusion that the Numo must have been from the stars of Sirius, because he knew the stars of Sirius were important to the Dogon. And so there's a whole level of perspective about the Numo that's out there, because Robert Temple thought that we should understand it a particular way. But when you get down into the details of it and do the kinds of comparisons I do, you realize that that's a little bit off the mark of what the Dogon are actually saying. The Buddhists are saying, okay, the Buddhists have a symbolic system that's very close to what the Dogon system is, so close that it's given in a different language than the Dogon. It's given in Sanskrit, and so both systems were documented or have how can I say this, legitimate claim to being ancient. So it looks like the two systems were independently preserved, once by the Buddhists and once by the Dogon, down through thousands of years. And so now you get down to the modern day, and a modern authority on the Dogon will be largely in agreement with a modern authority on Buddhism about any of these subjects. So the Buddhists flatly say that the most sacred of their symbols were gifted to humanity by a non-human source. The Dogon say that their teachers were non-human, but they take it another step further. They say not only were they non-human, originally they were non-material. In sort of the same way that fairies in the fairy tradition are non-material. The fairy, we know that in Celtic culture, there were aspects of the fairies that would sort of cross over into materiality and then sort of fade back into non-materiality. And as time went on, they became sort of less and less material. It was harder and harder to get actual reports about interactions with fairies the further on we go. At 1600, writers are saying, my great-grandparents used to have a lot more interactions with the fairies as real beings than we do now. It's because of a cycle of energy that compares to the Yuga cycle in Buddhism, where over time the energetics change, and in certain stages of the energetics, we have the ability to perceive things that are non-material, and in other stages of the energetics we don't. And right now we're at the point where we're sort of the furthest removed from being able to have direct perception of things that are non-material. So So the Dogon are
So-
saying that towards the center of this energetic cycle, the energy situations between the non-material domain and the material domain equalized. Sort of like I compare it to an hourglass. If you start out with all the sand up in the top of the hourglass in the top globe, and over time it sifts down into the bottom globe, and right at the middle of the process, you have an equal amount of sand in the bottom and in the top. Well, for the Dogon, at that point with the energy, when the energies equalize, it works sort of like the same way that an airlock does to getting out of a submarine or getting out of a spaceship. That if you can equalize the pressures, now suddenly it's safe to cross over from one domain to the other domain, out of the spaceship and into space, or out of the submarine into the deep sea water. The Dogon are saying that at the middle of this cycle, their teachers who were originally non-material were able to do that. They were able to cross over into the material domain and take action as material beings and impart all of this knowledge and all of this information to humanity. What the Dogon say they were doing was they had developed a civilizing plan for humanity, which is basically the plan that the Dogon follow with their villages and their districts. Their life is organized according to that plan. And that civilizing plan was closely integrated with a symbolic cosmology that was basically science. And so every action that a Dogon tribesperson takes in his daily life reinforces that knowledge, because there's symbolism associated with animals they're going to see when they step out of their hut, or there's symbolism associated with meaning that's associated with the way they weave a cloth or the way they plow a field. And every time they perform one of these acts or see one of these objects or animals in their living environment, it reinforces the teaching they were given.
That's incredible. Wow. So, man, you covered it a lot there. And so, would this coincide with the Indian teacher? How you say it? Sankhya. Sankhya. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll spell that. It's Samkhya.
Okay.
And it's a companion to yoga. Yoga is sort of the personalized practice, and Samkhya is the cosmological practice. It's all the same concepts applied in parallel to each other, all the same terminology and everything. And everything that applies to how the universe and how matter forms also applies to the energy of biology in yoga. The whole idea of the chakras and the ways that energies connect, it's all the same set of concepts.
Yeah, it seems like a family, a unity that somehow it kind of like separated through time. And
right.
Yeah, go ahead.
So about 300 years prior to ancient Egypt, dynastic Egypt, there was instruction going on Orkney Island, north of Scotland. And it looks to me as if what you have there, based on the earliest written reports out of Scandinavia, there were sagas in later periods that were written that reported that the first Vikings who arrived on Orkney found two groups living there side by side. One was a group of short-statured pygmies of very odd habits, who the Vikings interpreted as magicians, or as basically having magical powers. But they were living side by side with a set of clerics, average-sized clerics, who always wore white the way the Dogon do. And they described the clerics as being so different from the Scandinavians as to constitute a different race rather than a different profession. So it looks to me as if what you had on Orkney in that era was the Numo teachers. In the ancient Egyptian language, the word for pygmy is nema. And researchers who study the Egyptian language aren't certain what the vowel sounds should be. They have to guess at the vowel sounds because they were never written down. Like in Hebrew, they don't write down the vowel sounds. So nema, as an Egyptian word, might actually have been numo. I have a comparative drawing in one of my books. Actually, it compares a drawing by a French artist of a Celtic Druid priest side by side with a National Geographic photo of a Dogon diviner priest, a modern day priest. And they're a very intuitive match in appearance, in the way they're attired, the way they, the whole way they present themselves. It's a very intuitive match between the two. You can see there's a connection. It looks as if, okay, the Dogon are saying that tribal groups from various regions around the world were brought to a remote location like Orkney, given instruction in the civilizing plan. Basically, they were being taught agriculture and given instruction in the science, and then sent back to their homelands to teach everybody else. And according to the Dogon, it was 8 people from each group that were brought to Orkney for instruction. And there's the earliest village on Orkney. It consists of 8 chambered houses that were all built to a single plan. It looks to me like it was dorm housing. But this is the paradigm that Carl Jung noticed all around the world, of 8 bringers of knowledge being remembered in all these ancient cultures. Sometimes they're treated as ancestors, sometimes they're treated as emperors, or sometimes they were treated as just teachers. But the paradigm plays out that each of these ancestors is associated with certain civilizing skills that were then taught to everybody. That's what the Dogon are saying happened all around the world. And that this group that was in command of all this science understandably had the capability to transport people wherever they wanted to on the planet. So as the groups were sent back to their homelands, it looks as if a handful of those, the clerical people who were acting as sort of assistant professors, and I imagine that these were the precursors of the Dogon, were being sent back with those groups to their homeland. And so you have a royalty class and a priestly class in all of these earliest cultures around the world, where it looks as if the key players were Black African. You go to Tibet and China, and it's understood that the Naki or the Naxi, who brought this same tradition to that region and who also brought the first written language to that region, it's understood that they were Black African, to the point that the word Na ended up coming to mean black, that the glyph that they used to represent themselves was a stick figure that was colored all in black. You go to ancient Egypt, and you see busts of people like early pharaohs like Jeffrey, and it's hard not to conclude that these people were Black Africans, and everything about the earliest culture in ancient Egypt is hand in hand with Dogon culture, which is clearly Black African or North African. So the Olmec, you go to Central America to the Olmec, and they're representing heads that are Black African. You go to the Maori in New Zealand, and you have representations that look Black African.
Wow, man, that's truth, man. Oh man, this is you said you was gonna bring it tonight. You said you wasn't playing no games. You was gonna bring it tonight. Man, I'm right.
Sorry,
I'm right with you. Primal,
too bad.
huh? No, you're doing
Sorry
a good.
about-
No, you're doing a good. You're doing a great job. Let's talk about the primal. You have a couple other books too. I want to get into in the science. This Dogon history is really deep. How they did that. Let's get into the primal. Could you finish that for me? Because
there's a book called Primal Wisdom of the Ancients, and the focus of that book is on all the things that pertain to this symbolic system that reveal the hand of a really capable set of teachers. There are techniques being used here that only your best teachers, the ones who taught you through coming up through elementary school or high school, you think about the things they did and the way they presented things. Well, there are all these very sophisticated techniques that are being used by these teachers in ancient times to put together this symbolic system. They're making use of To begin with, they're making use of metaphors. Metaphors are a really cool thing because if I'm trying to explain a new idea to you, or say you're trying to explain a new idea to me, and you know I don't know anything about the idea you're trying to explain to me, but you know that it happens to be very much like something I already understand, then you can use the second thing as a metaphor. You can say, okay, A is like B, and because you understand B, now you know a whole lot about A without my telling you a thing.
Wow.
Okay, now the same thing's true with opposites. That if you know what hot is, I can explain cold to you by telling you it's the opposite of hot. And you immediately have an intuitive grasp of what cold must probably represent. And so the teachers were using all of these very interesting techniques. I talked about the use of, what it actually is the use of mnemonics, the idea that an object or something you encounter in daily life, a simple mantra you can recite to yourself is a way of remembering a complicated idea. Like, I don't know if you ever took piano lessons to remember the musical scale. I was taught every good boy does fine is the musical scale of the right hand on piano. If you can remember that sentence, then you can remember that the notes are E, G, B, D, F. We did this with our kids when they were very young. We wanted to take them to a county fair, but we were afraid what was going to happen if we got separated from them. They would have no way of telling anybody where they lived or what their phone number was. How would we get reconnected with them? So we taught them to sing their address and their phone number to children's songs. And to this day, we just recently, a month or so ago, we had a friend say, I was going to send you a package, but then I realized I didn't have your address handy. But then I remembered I can just sing the song because they'd heard the song.
Right.
And so 20 years after the fact, they still remembered our address because of the use of that song as a mnemonic. If I stop someone on the street and I ask them, what do you suppose an owl represents symbolically? The chances are that a person might say that they think it represents knowledge. And when they say that, I point out to them that that is 5,000-year-old symbolism that they were probably never directly taught, that was so pervasive, so persistent, that 5,000 years later, a person who had no direct connection to it whatsoever still understands what it means.
Wow. That's deep. That's heavy.
And that's the strength of this system, all from top to bottom. And whoever put it together was a real stickler for consistency. So once you get set on what the basic idea is, what their basic approach is of how they're teaching this stuff, then everything simplifies because there's parallelism. The idea is you teach it once and you apply it many times. Well, we're fortunate that the energetics are parallel, so that makes it easy to teach it once and then apply it many times. But go ahead.
Sorry, is this also connected to the reason why they worship the idol of Moloch at the Bohemian Grove? They have a giant owl. Is that connected to the same knowledge of the power of the owl?
I imagine that it was. I would be able to say for certain if I knew what the original term was for an owl in that culture. Before a certain era, before about 500 BC, ancient words told us what they meant, their own meaning. They explained their own meaning to us. Now with the Dogon language, they do it through the use of syllables that represent concepts. And so if I know how a Dogon word is pronounced, I can make an intelligent guess about what it represents. The same thing with the Maori in New Zealand. Just by reading through their dictionary, I can predict what certain words were going to mean before I even knew. The same thing is true with Egyptian hieroglyphic symbols. Each symbol represents a concept. And so the trick for a scribe who was trying to write a word in Egypt was he wanted to pick a set of symbols where the phonetic values that go with the symbols, like the phonetics with the letters in English, would create the right spoken word, but where the concepts that went with the symbols would also explain a deeper level of meaning about the word, what the nuances of the meaning were that they were trying to communicate. And so I can take a look at any ancient Egyptian word, and the word will flatly tell me what it was that the scribe was trying to represent. And because this is all science, when I bump up against a scientific concept or a cosmological concept with one of these ancient cultures I don't understand, I go to the Egyptian Hieroglyphic dictionary and I find the words that relate to that concept. And then those glyphs explain the concept to me. They explain the idea to me.
That's crazy. Real good as you just go into that. Yeah.
So if we knew what the original word was for the symbol of the owl in that culture, I could pin down the fact that it comes out of the same tradition, because we're going to discover that it has one of the meanings that associates, one or more of the meanings that associate with an owl in the ancient Egyptian culture or in one of the other cultures I study.
Okay. And okay, going back to the cosmic realm also, and about coming into the material, you know, where are we going as a society? Are we according to these records, are we dematerializing, or are we coming more into material?
Okay, there's a cycle that repeats. It's about a 25,000 year cycle.
Mm-hmm.
And during one half of the cycle, for about 12,000 years, okay, we have two domains we're talking about. We talk about them as the non-material domain and the material domain, but that's not really exactly accurate. One of the domains for 12,000 years is becoming more and more and more material, at the same time that the other domain is becoming less and less and less material. And so where we're at right now is that we've been the more material of the domains, and we've just reached the point where we're as far removed from non-materiality as we can be. And now we're starting back up the other side to have better and better perception of things that are non-material.
Right. And you know what's good? And you know what's crazy is because you can see it in some of the scientists that recognize this. You know, like you said before, they're not trying to put it out there, but they are recognizing that this science does exist, and they kind of use it today in some form. You know, in some form, and they just don't want to tell where the source comes from. But go ahead.
That's right. People like Tesla caught on pretty quick to what the truth of it was, and they were able to use it. Einstein also. I have my suspicions. Actually, I think there are things in his writings that say that a lot of the central ideas that came to Einstein came to him through dreams and through sort of non-scientific methods. Every theory he developed it qualitatively. He developed the concept first, and then he came back and tried to justify it mathematically. That's what the Dogon say you have to do to get at this stuff. That you can't begin with math as your primary tool first. It'll never take you to the right answer. You've got to understand what's going on with the energies first, and then try to represent that mathematically.
Oh, so first is the thought,
right?
The idea,
and let's see where to go with that. So talking a little bit more about these teachers and the system they put together. They began this instruction around 9,000 BC at the beginning of this 12,000 year cycle, or early in the 12,000 year cycle. But this is a system that's inherently scientific. I mean, this is hugely scientific. And so the only people who are going to ultimately recognize it was going to be a technologically capable society like ours. And the groups that they had to try to pass the information on were very unscientific. These were hunter-gatherer groups. These are groups that may have had technologies that we don't yet understand. They had things like holistic medicine and things like that, but they didn't have technology in the sense that we talk about it in the modern world. And so if the target audience of this system was thousands of years in the future, a technologically capable society, the teachers had to be careful about what metaphors they used, for example. if I try to use a metaphor to explain something to you, it's only going to work if you understand the other half of the metaphor. If I give you a metaphor in terms of baseball and you don't follow baseball, then it doesn't mean anything to you. So I have to know what your frame of reference is before I can really formulate a metaphor that's going to work with you. So to hedge that, what the teachers did was they framed everything in terms of multiple metaphors. They took every cycle they could think of in nature that was likely not to change over thousands and thousands of years and represented these ideas redundantly in terms of those cycles, how a seed grows into a plant, or how a spoken vibration turns into a word, or what the categories of animals are in the animal kingdom. Or we're familiar with water, fire, wind, and earth. Those are states of matter, essentially. So they took every natural effect or progression that they could think of, and they presented these ideas in relation to those concepts. So I know, based on the metaphors they set forward about the growth of let's just talk about the animal kingdom, from insect to fish to four-legged animal to bird, that if I have an Egyptian god who has the head of a bird, that his symbolism is going to be at the far end of the materials end of the scale of symbolism we're talking about. If I have a god like Kepler who has the head of an insect, I know that his symbolism is going to fall at the beginning of the scale of the symbolism, the creative scale. So Kepler ends up representing non-existence coming into existence. That's a very early concept in this energetics. And so those four-stage metaphors sort of help simplify for us, helps us categorize a symbol we don't understand yet. We know which segment of the cycle to look at in terms of trying to understand it.
Wow. Yeah, because you can have dreams. You can have dreams now, like cosmic dreams and animals. Like when you go to sleep and you dream of animals. Could you relate that to some of this cosmic?
Yeah, absolutely. When it's very common that someone will approach me about a vivid dream they had, and if they can tell me the key images and the key words and the key feelings they had in the dream, the key actions that took place in the dream, I can go to an Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary and look up the words for those things, and they'll all focus in on a single phonetic value. And typically there'll be an additional phonetic value that wasn't in the dream that ends up being the meaning of the dream, for my purposes. That those phonetics are pointing me to what's trying to be communicated in the dream. The same thing happens with UFO encounters. I've studied hundreds of cases by John Mack and Bud Hopkins, who were two psychiatrists who did psychiatric evaluation of UFO experiencers. They would take them aside, to sequester them in a private office and get their story without any input from anybody else about what they experienced. And then you can see patterns develop from individual to individual. And those patterns are all the same patterns I'm talking about with the dreams. That when UFO moves away, they see it as a red color. Well, in the Egyptian hieroglyphic language, the term to go away is the same phonetic value as the term for red. Another example, there was a famous UFO case where a woman stepped out on her porch and she saw 3 gray aliens on her porch, but they didn't realize she was there at first. Suddenly they notice she's there and they turn to leave, but what she sees isn't 3 gray aliens leaving. She sees 3 deer leaving. Well, in the Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary, the word that means to depart in haste also means deer.
Wow.
So there's this like telepathic translation that's happening that it relates to the actions and the thoughts and the feelings of those UFO beings and what the witnesser is reporting after the fact. The feelings they're feeling are a translated form in the same way that the vivid dream is a translated form of a being.
Wow. Man, we got a couple of super chats. We want to ask you. I know a couple of people got some questions up in there.
Okay.
Man, Laird is going in right now. Yo, this is heavy. Entire Earth was once tropical paradise. This is 7 series. AD. The super chat.
All right. So let's see. A super chat here says from Fella B. He said, "Is the moon our reflection of the bigger Earth through the plasma belt?"
I don't have anything.
Yeah.
I don't have anything that tells me that that's true.
Right.
That's not really my field, but based on what I know, I would say that's not true.
Yeah. That's. Come on, let's get some questions, Craft Room. Let's stay on point.
The next question is by JJ. He just says, "Thank you, Laird Scranton."
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. And that's it.
Was it? Oh, okay.
And then we got a shout out to Yaya for the $10.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so let's continue going. Let's go a little deeper, man. Cosmology. You know what I'm saying? Let's go deep. Let's
get that cosmology.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Well, we can go deep.
Yeah.
Where this ultimately goes is I just followed the Dogon symbolism to where it was leading. And what they're describing, okay, the big picture is we're looking at a continuum of energy that starts in one place and ends in another place, but it's actually a cycle, the same way that a year is a cycle. So you can think of a year that we have a sequence of seasons that repeat again and again and again that we can think of as a cycle. You could say it begins in the fall and it ends after the summer. That's what the Hebrew calendar represents it as. But we have a cycle of energy that does the same thing. What they're describing is a situation of superconductivity, which is where electricity is awake and magnetism is asleep, that automatically evokes the opposite condition where magnetism is awake and electricity is asleep. And that second state automatically again re-evokes the first state back again. So materiality, the process we're seeing that goes from energy to material forms, begins with superconductivity, and it eventually is going to end at what's called superinsulation. But along the way, there are domains of energy being defined, discrete. The Dogon say there are 14 domains of energy. They call them 14 superposed universes. Now, the way to understand what they mean by that is, I don't know if you ever read about deep sea. In the deep sea ocean, there are biological zones that form in the ocean. There are certain domains as you go deeper and deeper into the water where certain types of plant life and certain type of animal life prefer to live in certain zones. And so you have certain kinds of fish at the top, and then you have bottom dwellers that might be very different from the ones at the top, and you have everything else in between. Well, the Dogon are saying that energy naturally does this, that it divides itself into these domains. And in the ocean, the domains are being differentiated primarily by differences in water pressure, differences in the amount of sunlight, differences in temperature. With energy, the zones are being differentiated by a slowing pace of time. Einstein says that when a thing becomes more massive, the time frame it experiences slows down. So the Dogon are saying that these 14 domains of energy are defined as factors of 10 of the pace of time. That if you go from the first one to the second one, time passes 10 times more slowly than it did in the first one. And we sit at the 10th of those 14 domains. And it looks to me as if we're just about to embark on the 11th of those domains. It looks as if we're at the edge of a boundary, sort of a conceptual boundary being drawn at the far end of the domain that we're in. that we're experiencing. Now, what's interesting is that the electromagnetic spectrum, the way scientists understand it, represents that exact same thing in exactly the same terms. What began as gamma rays at the time of the Big Bang, they now have to study as microwaves. Gamma rays are a very, very short wavelength, a very quick wavelength, and microwaves are a very long wavelength. And somehow, over the billions of years that have transpired, what was originally a very short wavelength light the wavelength has extended and extended and extended and extended until it now looks like microwaves does. The electromagnetic spectrum illustrates exactly what the Dogon are talking about in exactly the same terms the Dogon are talking about it. The biologist I was talking about, Mei-Wan Ho, describes exactly the same thing with the energetics in a living organism, that she says that interactions, chemical reactions happen within a body on all sorts of different time frames. She calls them different space times, and she conceptualizes them exactly the same way the Dogon does in terms of these domains. The quickest interactions are at the level of molecules, and they occur with the same quickness of pace that scientists assign to transactions at the time of the Big Bang. This is like the root domain of energy, where interactions between individual molecules seem to be happening. And then those reactions produce a result that vibrates at a slower frequency, and now suddenly that interacts with other things at that same frequency and creates the next phase of it that's at even a slower frequency. So biology ends up working the same way that that matter does, that this is a progression of a slowing progression of the pace of time that causes things to happen. Now, there are ways
that's that's science. Oh my goodness. I love the way you're breaking it down. My bad. Go ahead. We here.
There are ways that we can illustrate for ourselves that perspective is a correct one, because the scientists are all out there. Astronomers are scratching their heads saying, why does it look like the rate of expansion of the universe is getting faster and faster and faster and faster? And they're saying, well, obviously there must be some force we don't know about called dark energy that is pushing it, accelerating it, pushing it ahead for quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker. The Dogon are saying that's not the case at all. Well, all that's happening is we use our telescopes and we look out there into the distance. We're looking into a domain where time ran quicker than it does now. So it looks to us as if the expansion rate is quickening as we move outward. We're really looking back in time to a time when time ran more quickly than it does now.
Wow.
And so from my perspective, we don't have to care about dark energy. It's not a real thing. This is an optical illusion. Same kind of optical illusion that for centuries and centuries, they thought that the sun rotated around the earth, because intuitively that's what it looks like happens.
Mm-hmm.
But there's another way of looking at things where if we look at it the other way, that the earth is actually orbiting the sun, then suddenly all sorts of things make sense that didn't make sense before, and all sorts of problems sort of evaporate.
Right.
And that's what the Dogon system does for us, is if we look at these questions, these scientific questions, the way the Dogon look at them, all of the intractable problems evaporate. And you're left with, you talk about the quantum domain, they talk about quantum weirdness, that there are all these seemingly weird effects that happen in the quantum domain of matter. All of those things sort of wipe themselves clear when you look at things from the point of view of the Dogon. They make sense in terms of the very same science we experience every day. And we don't have to deal with all of these puzzling questions in the same way.
That brings us right there. That's true. I like to have a discussion on this, man. This is real heavy the way you put it, because you can actually see the esoteric coming into science where you can actually see it. You know, the way that you're breaking it down is kind of like, because you have different levels of when you deal with the esoteric version A lot of people can spookify it, but you're making it make sense where scientists do. Scientists, what do they say about your books? I know they get into it.
They mostly don't. When I had written my first book, and I also had the manuscript for the second book, and my friend John Anthony West was sort of introducing me at conferences. He was taking me into the back room where the authors and the presenters were, and sort of getting my name known among the people who were the presenters at these things. And at one of the conferences, there was an astrophysicist who was instrumental with the founding of a company called American Anti-Gravity. And I spent the better part of the weekend trying to get this guy's attention, but he was really easily distracted and just sort of at his wit's end about his personal life. He was having personal problems. So every time I think I was going to get 2 minutes with him, then his phone would ring and he'd be off doing something else. So finally, the last night of the conference, my wife and I happened to be in the lobby of the hotel at the same time he was. And I took him aside and I said, if I could have 5 minutes of your time, I'd like to explain the overview of what this Dogon material is about. And I explained it to him. And he said, are you saying to me that ancient symbolism is science? And I said, yes. And he said, I've been waiting for 20 years for somebody to tell me that. And so he took my first book and the manuscript of the second book with him back to California where he lived, and very carefully studied the material and came back and said his conclusion was that whoever put the material together knew what they were talking about, and that in terms of modern theories of formation of matter, that it would probably most closely resemble something called torsion theory, which is a theory that centers on the idea of spinning energy.
That's going into the Merkaba, torsion field of the Merkaba. Yeah.
Now with some of the books I've been writing, I've had access to top scientists to ask questions of, and who've been sort of feeding me answers under the covers, confirming or denying certain things. But for the most part, the world they live in, their reputations won't survive endorsing work like I'm doing.
That's right.
Because there is no scientific justification that can be presented for how a non-material consciousness can take action materially in ancient times.
That's right.
There's no answer I could propose that they would entertain.
Right. I agree with you on that. Because when you go in and you start breaking down those things and you go into the ancient world, a lot of them, like you said, I like what you was talking about the writers from before, and a lot of them was just putting their own personal feelings involved in it if they didn't understand it fully. Some of the scientists, but when you go into it and you really go into it and see it as how they say it, because you speaking, it's beautiful that you can speak from the Dogon's point of view, what they said. A lot of people like to put what they think that they said.
Right. Well, the biggest threat to what I do is that I'm going to go chase off after something that looks real to me but isn't. Chasing off after unicorns. Any child, 5-year-old child, can lie on the grass and look up at the sky and imagine the clouds are animals, or they see pictures in the clouds. Now, the clouds aren't really representing those images, but they look like it. And the imagination is a very powerful thing. So to protect myself against doing that, I had to make a rule for myself. And the rule was interpretations have to start with the culture, one of the cultures I'm studying. One of them, either the Dogon or one of the other cultures, has to flatly say a thing. And that's the starting point for an interpretation. And then my job is to test the reasonableness of that against all the other cultures and against the science and against the language and so forth. Does it hold true or doesn't it not hold true? Sometimes it doesn't.
What he's showing us right here is true scientists in archaeology. You have to be able to weigh. This is like you're weighing and judging, and it goes into it. Man, I love your expertise, what you bring into them today. And it's like you have to be able to take information and weigh it and judge it, and then put it this way, put it that way. And that's what he's showing us on the craft, that you just can't just take words and just take them, and you have to just weigh them and go through a process of things, like Laird did yourself, and you come up with these. I mean, you come up with what they were saying, and this cosmology, beautiful form of going into material and to out of material, coming from ancient Egypt, and how they all correspond with each other. Please continue.
Right. Well, maybe the most important thing I was ever taught, and I was taught it very young by a very good teacher I had, a science teacher, was the process of what's called entertaining a perspective. And what this boils down to is, imagine that I've been going to and from work for 10 years, and I've tried every route that I can think of to go to and from work, and it always takes me an hour and 20 minutes. And priest would then came to me and said, there's a shortcut. I know a shortcut you don't know, and I can save you 10 minutes each direction. Now, I might not be inclined to believe that because I think I've explored all the possible routes, and so now I agree to let you go ahead and show me how that shortcut works, and you start taking me up a street that I think is a dead end. What do? Do I balk and I say, oh no, because there's a dead end sign here, I can't possibly go that way, we're done? Or do I say, okay, even though I see the dead end sign, you say this is a shortcut, show me the shortcut. The job of the person who's entertaining a perspective is at every juncture like that, rather than balking, they ask themselves, what would have to change in my own perspective to allow this to be true? And follow it. And eventually when you get to the end of that, either you have a shortcut that saves you 10 minutes each way, or you don't. There's no harm in following it out there. And so the problem with most skeptics today is that as soon as they bump up against that one obstacle, that first obstacle, they say, oh no, that's the end of the line. I can't buy that. We're done.
Right.
When what they should be saying is, okay, explain to me how it is that even though I see it as the end of the line, why isn't it?
That's what I'm talking about. Why isn't it the end of the line? Ask that question, y'all. We gotta ask that question. Indeed. All right. I mean, we just launching off a little bit. I mean, this is real heavy. That was a great point. Thank you, Al Bosch. Word. I see that was a great point. Yeah. So the science about the Dogon technology, and they're using it today. And where we headed with this, I mean, you brought that out. Could you explain to us a little bit more in depth of the cosmic part of it and how it relates?
Okay. There's a debate over whether there was actually such a thing as a Big Bang.
Right.
We look, and it looks, approaching the subject with math, it looks as if everything started out with a singularity billions of years ago. It all started out so tightly together that we can't even measure it. And that there was the equivalent of an explosion that created everything we see. Now, from the Dogon perspective, the key point of debate here is whether we're going to use math as our primary tool. Imagine that you're standing at the bottom of a hill next to a road, and the road runs up the hill and sort of around the curve and over the top of the hill and disappears. And at the top of the hill, it looks like it comes together at a point to you. If you approach that problem using math, you're going to calculate a singularity at the top of the hill. But if instead you approach it as a problem of direction and distance, you're going to discover what's over the hill, because you're never going to reach a divide by zero problem or an infinity problem because you're not using the math. What you're doing is you're trying to understand conceptually what's going on here. We're like, there was a tribe in Polynesia someplace on an island culture where the tribe had never, they'd always lived in a very narrow valley, and they had never left that valley. And so when anthropologists came along and took them out of the valley for the first time, and they noticed a herd of sheep up on the ridge, the anthropologists couldn't convince the tribespeople that they weren't very tiny sheep, because the tribespeople had no concept that those might be large sheep at a distance rather than tiny sheep
Oh.
in normal perspective. So the Big Bang question for me is a matter of perspective in exactly the same way. That yes, it looks like it comes down to a singularity, but when you understand what's really going on, it's really only a question of difference in pace of time that causes a kind of a magnification or a demagnification of our view of things. And so it reaches a point where, you know, we have something called the Planck length in science, which is the shortest length that they believe it's possible to ever measure. And they're probably right, given the tools we have, and from the perspective of where we sit, it probably is the shortest length that we can measure. But what they don't consider is that under other circumstances with different tools, we might be quite capable of breaking that down even further and further and further. It may not be the shortest length objectively ever. It may just be that it's the shortest we can measure right now. So because the Dogon perspective is that we start out with a very, very fast pace of time, we understand with this connection we have right now that if you can make the connection quick enough, it's just as if we're in the same room with each other. All the distance becomes moot. It doesn't matter if there's thousands of miles between us. Effectively, it's just as if we're in the same room. Well, that's the way quantum entanglement works. It's a function of quickness of pace of time, and that there are overlaps between the non-material domain and the material domain at every point in space and time, according to the Dogon and the Buddhists. And that if you can induce two electrons to interact with each other in those spaces of overlap, you put them into a time frame context that runs 10,000 times more quickly than ours. Scientists have actually measured it. They've done comparisons of interactions between two electrons unentangled and then the same two electrons entangled, and discovered that the difference is a factor of 10,000. That it's not that the electrons have become the same particle, it's that the interaction is so quick that effectively it looks to us as if it's the same particle, the same way it looks as if you and I are in the same room right now when we're not.
Huh. Nice.
Now, if you go back to the level, okay, one of the questions I had, okay, I always reach a point in my studying where I stop and I say to myself, you know, if I had been the person designing this system, I would have been sure to include such and such. I really wish that someone had documented for me what the relative pace of time was in each of these domains of time the Dogon are talking about. How does the quickness of time relate to each other? Well, it turns out somebody did. The ancient Egyptians did it. And their hieroglyph symbols that relate to the numbers 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million, 10 million, 100 million, and a billion. Those glyphs define for us what the characteristic is of each of these domains of energy, and they define for us what the relative quickness of time is related to each other. We're one, we're the slowest. If you trace it all the way back to the root energy, where things start, it's 10 to the negative 14th power quicker than ours, which is exactly the same factor that Mei-Wan Ho says applies to molecular interaction. So I know that molecular interactions happen in the context of that root domain of energy.
It seems like no matter what, if you believe in creation or evolution, the Big Bang is still technically a conceivable theory.
Right. Except for the Dogon, it's not an ultimate starting point, it's a transition point.
Interesting.
And the way they make that intuitive to us, that the factor that they use that we understand to compare that to is the oscillation of seasons during a year. The cycle of a year, the equinoxes and the solstices are important points. The equinoxes and the solstices are the equivalent of these transition points in energy. There are two main ones. And so there's also a perspective on how it is, what happens when time slows down. And this is sort of key to everything also.
Well, are the seasons slowing down technically too?
Not relative to us. It's as if, imagine that somebody came into your bedroom at night and doubled the size of everything.
Oh, wow.
Including you. When you woke up in the morning, would you have any way of knowing it?
No.
That's what the Dogon are saying is happening as a consequence of the slowing pace of time. There's an Egyptian concept of mat, that it's a complicated concept that some researchers said refers to truth or to law or to order. It's a complicated concept. But the glyphs of the word explain what it means to me. And what the glyphs say is that perception is the foundation of measure. That's exactly what I just said to you about the bedroom.
Yeah.
That how we interpret a thing, how we measure a thing depends on how we perceive it. So if someone's messing with our perception, we have no way of knowing that unless somebody with an outside point of view tells us. Well, this concept of Mott was the attempt of this ancient group of teachers to give us a hint, give us a friggin' clue here, that things we think are constant measures, like the pace of time and distance, are not actually constant measures, they're relative measures. And that's why the symbolic system rests on the concept of a cubit, which is the distance from a person's elbow to the tip of their finger, or alternately, it's the distance of the average pace of their step. But that's not a precise unit of measure of the sort we're used to. It's a relative unit of measure. Every person measures a slightly different distance. The Buddhists use a cubit to measure out geometry that they say replicates how space emerges. And each initiate is taught to lay out this geometry. It's the first exercise they're taught. They're made to memorize it. And it doesn't matter that they're all measuring slightly different distances, because it's the relationships that matter, not that precise distance. And so science gets off the tracks because we're so hung up on, if we could just get this precise enough to 10 decimal positions instead of 5, we'd figure it out. And that's not the case. You're never going to figure it out if the base units of measure you're working with are shifting on you and you don't know it.
The way to look at that, yo.
Now, way to understand that and grasp that sort of intuitively is, okay, we know that light travels at a particular speed, 186,000 miles a second. So in 1 second, it can go 186,000 miles. Now imagine that someone was able to double the objective length of a second without our realizing it. If they were able to do that, if tomorrow a second took objectively twice as long as that it used to take today, then light, because it travels at a constant speed, will be able to extend twice as far out as it does now. And so it would look to us as if space was expanding. But in fact, what had happened was time had slowed down. This is the same kind of a problem as, are we orbiting the sun or is the sun orbiting us? One thing looks intuitively correct to us, but the other one is where the truth lies. And so science supports that idea, because in the same period of time that it took our universe to double in volume, the ratio of mass to energy also doubled. So there's a 1-to-1 correspondence between the translation from energy to mass and the expansion of space. That seems a little coincidental, but it's not, because as we create mass, we're slowing time. And as we slow time, we allow light to extend, or seem to extend, further than it did before. So if we double the mass, we double the distance. Or we think we do. But under the covers, we might not be doubling distance at all. It may well be under the covers that the actual sizes of things never change. That all that happens is that as time slows down for us, that we're perceiving the distance as being bigger at the same time that we're perceiving the times as being longer. So if it takes me twice as long to walk to a place and it looks to me like it's twice as far, it's the same quandary as with the bedroom where we doubled all the sizes. We don't have a way of knowing what the truth is about that, but I have my suspicions that under the covers, nothing is actually expanding.
Say, I'm a ball for that. Man, you broke that down. That's true. Yeah, you broke that down. That's heavy. That's a heavy way to look at it. Man. The symbolisms of the Dogon. Tell us a little bit about some of the symbolisms that they were using.
Well, whoever was putting the system together was very adept at finding the intuitive quality of a thing to represent a concept. For example, if they wanted to represent the idea of vibrations and they wanted to use some aspect of our everyday life to represent it, or of a Dogon everyday life to represent it, what they picked was a rabbit or a hare, because a hare twitches, and twitching is the very nature of vibration. In every case, when they picked a symbol, they tried to do this. They tried to relate the concept that they were trying to represent to an intuitive trait of the animal or the thing that they chose to represent it. And once you sort of get in the mindset of that, then it becomes easier and easier to second guess what the symbolism of a thing might be, just on the fact that you know the attributes of this kind of an animal. And you know that a lion has a loud roar. And so part of the symbolism of a lion has to do with the strongest vibration, the initial strong vibration of a thing, the vibration in terms of like sound and noise, that kind of vibration cosmologically. So that's one piece of this, was the choosing the right symbol to represent a thing. That's partly where my background helps a lot, because for years and years I was writing business software, and the job of a programmer is essentially continually you're picking symbols to represent concepts. And when you start out, you brought up through math class in high school, and they represent everything in terms of X, Y, and Z. And so you start assigning variables in a program X, Y, and Z. That's all well and good when you're in the head space of the program you're writing. But if you come back to it 6 months later, when you're not in the head space of it, and you're trying to figure out, now, what did X represent again? And what did Y represent again? It's not easy to do. So a good programmer learns over time to pick symbols that are much more intuitive to understand. If you're trying to represent an invoice number for a business, you make the variable name be INV $. Then you come back 6 months from now and you see INV $, you immediately know, oh, that's the invoice number. Whoever was putting these symbols together was very adept at picking the symbol that was going to be meaningful to an average person, or at least had a shot at being meaningful. Same thing with language, that these are structured languages, and we can demonstrate that they're structured. There are certain Egyptian words that are formulated and I interpret in exactly the same way that ancient Chinese hieroglyphic words for the same concept were formulated and traditionally interpreted. So we can tell that in the beginning, whoever put the Chinese symbolic language together was the same group, or at least intimately associated with the group that put together the Egyptian hieroglyphic language, because it starts out with a common set of symbols that mean the same things. This is how I got into Egyptian hieroglyphs. I thought that was going to be impossible to figure out, but there were 30 shapes that the Dogon use as cosmological drawings, and the Dogon tell me what the shape represents. And I saw those same shapes used in certain Egyptian words, and started to be able to figure out, based on the Dogon meaning, what the meaning of glyph was in relation to the word. And that was sort of my toehold into sorting this out. The two key people who figured out the Egyptian hieroglyphs from the Rosetta Stone were Thomas Young, who was a British polymath. He was a very extremely bright, intelligent person who did most of the legwork in trying to sort out what glyph represent, or which set of glyphs represented which word. He was translating on a word by word basis, not a glyph by glyph basis. But he delayed publishing his findings by months and months because he was convinced there was another aspect to it. And he was right. I think he's right, because I know what that aspect is. But the science of his day wasn't sophisticated enough for him to be able to sort out what the other aspect was. Same thing with Champollion, the Frenchman who followed on and finally ended up doing the translation. He also delayed publishing for months because he was also convinced there was another aspect to these glyphs. Well, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out. There are 40 some phonetic values that are represented in most written languages, and the Egyptians had 4,000 glyphs. You don't need 100 glyphs to represent every sound. So there's got to be something else going on with those glyphs besides just sound.
That's very beautiful. I'm gonna do something like this because I know that you're here, and while I got you, I'm gonna ask you a couple more things. Let's talk about what do you know about the Gobekli Tepe and the spiritual aspect?
Gobekli Tepe is the first evidence of the tradition I'm talking about. It's the same tradition in sort of an archaic form. It's the first example we have of the concept of a sanctuary. And a sanctuary is defined as a place where non-material energy and material energy comes together. Now, you've seen all sorts of symbols carved into the pillars at the Gobekli Tepe site in southeastern Turkey. Between a half dozen and a dozen of those symbolic shapes, it turns out all represent the same thing, redundantly in different ways. What they're representing is the idea of non-material and material energies coming together. One of those shapes looks like the English letter H. That's a symbol that survived in the Masonic tradition. In one of my books, Point of Origin, I quote an article from the Masonic magazine in 1912, I think it was. It's called the New Age magazine. There was an entire article written about that symbol from the Masonic point of view, and it represents feminine and masculine energies, which is symbolic of non-material and material energies coming together to catalyze the processes of creation. Each one of those shapes, there's a shape, a pair of symbols there. It looks like an Egyptian sun glyph, a circle with a dot, sort of an open dot in the center of it, and a half moon shape next to it. And that's another way of representing the same concept, but though it's representing it using the sun glyph, which is an icon for materiality, and the moon glyph, which is an icon for Sirius or non-materiality. When those two come together, it corresponds to the idea of non-material and material energies coming together. That's also why many ancient cultures, the New Year's Day happened at what's called the heliacal rise of Sirius. What that is from our point of view, there's a period of time every year where we can't see Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, because it's masked by the glare. It's sitting in the glare of our own sun. And so for a period of something like 72 days, you can't see it. But then at the end of those days, Sirius suddenly reappears just before the sun at dawn above the horizon. That's called the heliacal rise of Sirius. It's Sirius coming together with the sun. Well, Sirius is an icon of non-materiality. The sun is the icon of materiality. From our perspective, the point where they come closest together is the starting point of the cycle. That's the entry point. And so that becomes New Year's Day. That numbers of other things that Gobekli Tepe, the circular enclosures that they built at Gobekli Tepe, there are any number of them, most of them not yet excavated, but they look like pretty much duplicates of each other, with minor variations of what figures are carved into these stone pillars. It's the first megalithic stonework that we know about. I think there may be other sites in the region that may be slightly earlier, but it's all the same era. But it looks like someone was teaching stonemasonry there. Those enclosures represent, in the Dogon system, it's called the Ark of Ogo. And what it is a structure that forms at the overlap between non-materiality and materiality, where the two energies come together, non-material and material energies. It's the representation of the Vesica Pisces. It's sort of an almond shape. It's where the concept of the Vesica Pisces comes from. It's treated as the seat of deity, even though when you get down to the bottom of the system, nothing is deified. Samkhya is an expressly non-theistic philosophy, even though it spawned other traditions that were theistic. At bottom, this is science. Part of the purpose of my book, Amma and the Spark of the Universe, is to demonstrate that if you follow what the Dogon are saying, we can get from a root domain of energy of magnetism and electricity to an atom in a scientifically reasonable way without the interference of a deity. Now, that still begs the question of where magnetism and electricity came from, but it sort of shoves the concept of deity all the way down to the far end of the scale. There's not a whole lot of room there for a deity in the traditional sense to be taking action to produce matter. Now, if, as the Dogon say, biology is parallel to that, the energetics of biology are exactly parallel to that, and so is consciousness, then all of this stuff arises as a natural consequence of a very simple set of dynamics of energy. Einstein actually said that. Einstein said, look, if in the end it turns out that this all self-evokes, if this all comes about through natural processes, that we're going to find that it had to have been a very simple set of processes. It can't begin with anything complicated. And so the point of this book, Amma and the Spark of the Universe, is to get to that level based on a whole range of Dogon symbols that I didn't previously understand what they represented. The Dogon describe as another part of this symbology, they describe structures from the quantum domain up to the atom. Those are all structures that we have scientific verification for. Quite easily, I can set Stephen Hawking's description and drawing next to the Dogon description and drawing, and demonstrate an intuitive match and say, look, take away Hawking's piece and insert the Dogon piece, and you haven't even changed Hawking's book. So that whole structure from quantum domain to the atom, the part we can directly verify, yes, whoever put this together knew what they were talking about. From my point of view, that's there to establish a credential of authority for the group to put this together, because now they start talking about things that are more fundamental than that. We need a reason to entertain the idea that what they're telling us is also right. It's just as valid as what they were telling us about the atom. And so based on that credential they've established, I presume that they knew what they were talking about when they talked about these descending structures of energy. And that's how I got that book. I spent weeks and weeks and weeks trying to sort out what had to happen at the root domain of energy to make the resulting things possible. And I tried, I don't know how many different scenarios I ran through day after day to try to scope out, well, what if energy did this? Would that produce what we're looking for? And what I ended up doing was accidentally recreating that whole continuum of electromagnetism that science talks about. I didn't even know to look at it. And I had recreated it and created a chart in my book to document it before I discovered that that's the way science represents the electromagnetic spectrum.
Oh, man, that's hard. And we got to give props, because it's like, man, doing all, man, thank you for your research, man. I mean, going in and actually going digging in and looking at these glyphs and these symbolisms of the Dogons, bringing them back to life and awaken them. You know what I'm saying? It's like you demummified them. You know what I'm saying? And they work.
It's sort of like a car wreck on the highway. You know, you can't look away. But
oh, I love that. You'd be surprised.
Also, you know, when I was 18, I would have described myself as the least connected person energetically or spiritually or anything else. I did not really feel I had any connection to any of this stuff. But once I started getting down into it, it just like it continues to come. I had a friend on Facebook this week say, "Please slow down your posts." And I had to apologize to her. I said, "Look at, you know, I'm presenting it at things at the pace that they're coming for me. You know, my pace of understanding things is the pace that I'm presenting them at, and I can't really slow that down."
Right. Man, you can't ignore that like that. Can't ignore that car wreck. For real. You have a book decoding the Maori. How you pronounce that? Maori. Yeah, Maori. Cosmo.
It's like a cat, Maori.
Oh wow. Break down Maori, and then I'm gonna let you. Yeah, come on up. Well, I got my man Dave. Dave, he's an animator. He just made some bomb food too. Exactly. You can break it down.
I was going to write the Maori book was one of my later books. I originally intended to write it second because when the Dogon describe the atom, they refer to it as the Po, and there are a whole set of symbolic attributes that go with the Po. And I came across a study of the Maori in New Zealand. The Maori in New Zealand are a much, much later tradition. The Dogon are around 3000 BC, and the Maori are around 1680. So there's thousands of years between the two groups, but the Maori have the same concept of the Po that the Dogon do. So I knew, even without any further research, I knew there had to be intimate connections between the Maori and the Dogon. But the question was, after all those thousands of years, how degraded would I find it in the Maori culture? As it turns out, certain things had sort of evolved, playing a game of telephone over time, that certain things had changed and morphed over time, but certain other pieces, the Maori had retained better detail about than the Dogon had. So I gained an understanding about some of the Dogon stuff by studying the Maori tradition. The Maori are Polynesian. They're a Polynesian group. They're in New Zealand and in Australia. And pretty much everything that applies to the Maori applies to any Polynesian culture. This is Easter Island stuff. This is Hawaiian Island stuff. This is Philippine stuff. This actually extends into some of the early Australian stuff. The Maori, a lot of the Maori material is hard to get access to because just like in North America, the introduction of white European culture into North America was spelled the end of Native American cultures who come out of the same tradition. By the time anyone was seriously focused on trying to study the Native American cosmological information, it was so far subverted and degraded that there's hardly enough to study left. Same thing with the Maori, is that by the time anybody got around to documenting it carefully, Maori culture had been pretty much decimated. The Maori as a cultural group suffer a lot of the degradations of status that Native Americans do in the United States for a lot of the same reasons. It boils down to an imperialist perspective of the people coming in, an imperialist and racist perspective of the people coming in. So by far and away, the best tool I had with Maori culture was the dictionary, because from the dictionary, I'm in a position to compare all sorts of other dictionaries and sort out these multiple clusters of meanings of words and make connections between things and and be able to know what's what before I start looking deeper.
Nahaya said we lost so much. No, it seemed like we did, because it's like, you know, the people who's supposed to be in power hid all of these things, and now we have like how many years? I didn't know you've been doing this for years. We have beautiful guests like Laird Scranton, who went and did research. You got to start looking for these things. I mean, and then you compose books to and books are beautiful because books are put out to spread to other people. It's like, I mean, I mean, once you make a book, you're sharing it with people, and you're sharing the ideas of going out there and making them alive again. And through the books, we can get to live and, you know, use our imagination just to think about it. But then you have references and things of that we can go back and look. Our own system won't even do that for us. You know what I'm saying? So we have, you know, we got to commend cats like of your caliber, Mr. Laird, Professor Laird, that goes out and do these things, and it's like, okay, so you don't never have to look down and be like, yo, we lost so much. It's so much that they hid. What would you say that they hid most of these things, right? Or what? Or is it hidden in plain sight?
It depends partly on the culture you're talking about. In certain cultures, like ancient Crete, it was right out there in the open for everybody.
Wow.
In other cultures, when it's passed along through esoteric instruction, it looks like it's hidden because the burden is on the student to keep asking questions. It's sort of like with me, very much like with me with the studying I'm doing, that my research only continues as long as I continue to ask the next question that pushes it forward. That's the dynamic between a Dogon initiate and the informant they work with. It's an apprentice relationship, basically. But it's on the student to keep asking the next question. And as long as the student, if I'm the student and you're the priest or the informant, if I ask you a question that you feel is appropriate to my status as a student, you're required to give me a truthful answer. You can't lie to me. You have to tell me the truth. But if I ask a question that goes beyond, in your estimation, goes beyond my status as a student, if I'm reaching too far ahead, then you're required to either remain silent, or if I keep pressing about it, then you're authorized to lie to me or to fib to me if you have to not reveal an inner secret too soon. They were trying to build a set of knowledge in a particular way, a particular structure, sort of like building a house, that there's a certain sequence to the pieces you have to put together. And if you try to put the walls up before you put up the foundation, it's not going to work. So
I'm gonna give you a
in an
ball for that.
esoteric tradition, it looks like it's secret, but it's not in the end, because any person in Dogon culture, whether they're a tribes person or an outside person, has the right to learn the innermost secrets of the tradition if they simply pursue it in a sincere way. If they keep after it and they keep asking the pursuing it with questions or whatever, they have a right to learn the information. This is a problem when the French anthropologist, after 20 some years, was starting to ask really penetrating questions about this Dogon material. The priest he was working with felt he had a problem because we're now getting into the domain of things that are normally kept secret from the public. And so he went to a tribal council and said, my understanding is if he's asking the question, I got to tell him the truth. What do I do here? And the tribal council said, well, even though we know he's going to go out and publish this stuff, you need to educate him. And so they ended up putting the anthropologist, his name is Marcel Griol. They ended up putting him through a Dogon initiation. He became a Dogon citizen. And when he died, they gave him a Dogon burial. 100,000 Dogon tribes people came to his funeral.
Yeah. 100,000.
Malidoma Some did a similar thing. He, having been educated against sort of forced education in a Western tradition, at age 16, he came back and went through initiation with his Dagara tribe, who are cousins to the Dogon, and he wrote about it. Well, I read his book and realized, as he was describing the various episodes and stages of initiation that he went through, things he was expected to do and how he was expected to do them, what he was expected to have learned from the experience, and so on, I realized that my adult son and I, for the past decade, had inadvertently been self-initiating. We had been inadvertently gone through many of those same sequences in the same way that Malidoma Some described, only we didn't know it.
Walk the path.
Yeah.
Walk the
So
path.
a lot of it is you just sort of got to go with the flow. Early in my process, I was following along the bibliography of Robert Temple's book, and there was one book listed there that I really badly wanted to get a copy of. It's a academic textbook, about 700 pages, no, 1,000 some pages. It's called Ancient Near Eastern Texts Relating to the Old Testament, and what it is translated copies of all of these papyruses and inscribed texts, stone inscriptions and things like that relate to the Old Testament. So this was back in the 90s, before you could go online and search out used books online. So I had exhausted all the sources I had to get the book. I had checked used bookstores and new bookstores, and I'd written inquiries, and I'd even contacted, I graduated from Vassar College in Poughkeepsie, New York, which is about an hour and a half from where I live. I went to their interlibrary loan service to see if they could get the book for me, and they couldn't. And so finally, after all that effort, I came home and I said to my wife, Risa, well, it looks like I'm not going to be able to get that book I wanted. I guess I'm going to have to accept that. And a week or so later, a box turned up on our back doorstep. Risa had an aging cousin who was living in a small apartment in a high-rise building in Queens, New York, where every so often he'd reach critical mass with possessions in his apartment, and he'd throw a bunch of random crap into a box and seal it up and mail it off to a relative. No sight unseen. They wouldn't tell him it was coming. It would just turn up. And in that box, in and among all sorts of other random crap, was my book.
Wow.
He had no idea I was interested in the subject. When we asked him about it, he couldn't even remember having had the book.
Wow.
So it was at that point that I realized that there may be things going on here that I can't explain yet.
Wow.
That's the kind of synchronicity that has such objectivity to it that it's witnessed by other people. It involves a physical object. You really can't deny that there's something out of the usual going on here.
Something strange.
That's one of the least mind-bending stories I have over the years of things that have happened that put me on to the right path to learn the next thing.
Right.
And I've learned over time to just go with it, to recognize when something odd happens, follow it. Don't resist it, follow it.
Sort of like Tai Chi. Slow Kung Fu. Moving with the waves, moving with the water, man. I learned that too. Just to, it's a lot of things that people say now. Before used to combat and just, but then I guess, is this happened to you as you get older and started maturing into it? Like you kind of like don't take everything for. Is that? Hey, D, you meant to do this? He's playing music. All right. When you take things and you can just kind of digest it, but like real slow, chew on it for a while.
Right.
You feel it?
Right. Yep. And it can go 20 years between when I learned some little tidbit and when it finally plays out to be useful. You made a comment earlier. You were talking about Tai Chi and water, and you were also talking about things being hidden, or disguised or hidden along the way. There's a part of the problem. Translation is a big part of the problem. From culture to culture, things that were translated into Greek and other languages lost the essence of what the Dogon represent as being true. And a more modern example of that is this French anthropologist who was initiated in the Dogon tribe wrote a book about it. It's not a very, very long book. It's only maybe 150 pages, if that. And in French, the name of the book is God of Water. The Dogon represent that the pattern for energy in the universe is water. And so Marcel Griol took that as the title of his book as being the significant fact to represent in the title of his book of his initiation, God of Water. So when the English language translation was done of that, the publisher, in their infinite wisdom, decided to change the title to Conversations with Ogatamele, which is the name of the priest who initiated Griol. It took me the better part of 3 decades to realize that it's literally true that the energy from start to finish behaves in the same pattern as water behaves. That if you understand how water works, that you can represent all of these dynamics of energy from start to finish. It's all literally water from start to finish. They've discovered that in any body of water at normal room temperature, everyday temperatures, within that body of water, there are alternating domains of water in 2 different forms. One's called high density water, the other's called low density water. But the dynamic of energy that happens between those 2 domains of water is almost literally the same as the dynamics of energy the Dogon described between non-materiality and materiality. There's this constant shift back and forth from one to the other in exactly the same ways. And at the bottom of the scale, it's a superconductive situation, so that energy is unimpeded. Water is literally the key to everything. So if someone's looking for a book, these are not easy books to read, but is looking for books on the energy of biology to try to understand what's going on with that, I recommend any of the books written by Mae Wan Ho, MAE-WAN space Ho, H-O. As I said, she recently died. She's a biologist and a geneticist, and she has all the energetics of biology sorted out in very much the same ways that the Dogon has energy of the universe sorted out.
Mae Wan Ho. That's crazy.
There's a book called The Rainbow and the Worm is one of her earlier books. There's another one called Rainbow Life H2O, which is a more recent book. Both of them are really informative, but they aren't easy books. She tries to dumb it down to the perspective of somebody who is just a layperson like myself, but a lot of the concepts are scientific biological concepts, and some of you can't get past it being using the scientific terms,
right?
And it can be difficult to read. The other person to read who had a really good handle on all this stuff, he died in the early 1900s, was Rene Guénon, Guenon. Rene Guénon is a go-to authority on Hinduism. The book that I use as my primary reference for Buddhism, the author of that book makes constant reference to Rene Guénon to justify certain points of view and perspectives. And Rene Guénon must have written about the same number of books I have across a similar series of topics. And I took the better part of the last year reading through every one of his books. I put post-it note tabs on points he makes that are important, and these books are just, every page is just filled with post-it notes.
Well, I want to introduce you, Dave Flores. You want to come up? You and Rasul? Rasul, come on up. And Dave Flores. This is beautiful, man. Word. This is your professional animator. You know what I'm saying? Dave Flores in the building. Rasul. Everybody know Rasul.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Scranton.
Nice to meet you, Dave. Thank you. Just call me Laird. Everybody just calls me Laird.
Okay. Yeah.
Going on, Mr. Laird? How you doing?
Just Laird is fine.
Laird.
But,
yeah, we just soaking it all in, man. Listening to what you're saying.
Bill is great. You know.
Well, it's a lot of material, and there are 100 different directions to try to go with it, and it's hard to know, which tangent to go off on.
Hey, as long as we get to that point, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's all good. That's how I feel. I like you just was breaking down water. And I just brought it up, being smooth as water and going into the biology, because we drink a lot of tea up here, and tea is water. Just colored water, leaf water. And you can do coffee, which is bean water. You know what I'm saying? Somehow.
What tea do you prefer? I drink a lot of oolong and green tea, and
you on it. You on it. You on it. Oolong and green tea is great. That's good enough. That's good enough. I recommend some oolong and green. You want to get very rare, you can try yellow tea. Kind of hard to find sometime, but try some yellow tea. It's very high in antioxidant.
No, you're not talking about PT, right? You're talking about
No.
That's
we save that for special occasions.
Yeah. Exactly. Nah, we see where his mind is at. AD. No, yeah, go ahead. What you say?
We have Asian markets near us. I'll look for yellow tea.
Yeah, yellow tea. Find a yellow tea. Some whites, high in antioxidant, but red is very yellow. Yeah, and I would recommend some of those. Yeah, man. So we going in. Your books are. How many books have you wrote?
I think I'm up to 14 at this point.
Wow, 14 books.
About 3 or 4 years ago.
Cats are mad
when
about.
you traditionally publish a book, it can take them up to 18 months from the time you submit the manuscript to when the book sees print. So for the past 4 years or so, I would also self-publish the second volume the same year. I would try to time it so that it was like 6 months off of the publication of their book, so I wasn't competing with it. And so I would end up publishing 2 a year because the pace of this stuff just is coming so fast that it was hard to keep up with it. But at this point, it's about 14 books. I have a couple of other projects sort of in the works right now. I'm, for the first time in a couple of decades, I'm not pressing forward on the publication of immediately publishing another book.
Yeah, well, I didn't hear that part. You said you're not, or you are?
I'm not. I have lots of material that looks like it probably will end up as a book, but I'm not actively writing a book I know I'm going to publish, this year.
Okay. Well, you got a lot of work out there. You know what's funny? I have to bring this up. Yeah. First books up to like, I don't want to say 15. They got these crazy elaborate, like me and AD was talking about covers. But your last cover is just like plain. Any reason behind that? It's just, I guess you.
I can tell you why that is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Most of my books have been published by Inner Traditions, which is a subsidiary of Simon & Schuster.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the hard things for an author, an author works for a long period of time, but pretty much in a vacuum by themselves. They have complete artistic control over what they write and what they're doing. Now, suddenly they link up with a publisher and it's no longer just a one-person game. Now it's a team effort, not a single-person effort. And so the publisher has people with talents and skills. They have editors who want things a particular way, and they have we're talking about the title of a book. They want to set the title a particular way because that's the way they have of posturing the book in the marketplace. They have cover designers, they have format designers who are picking fonts for the books. That even comes down to translated editions of the books. There have been several occasions where a book will turn up at my door that's my own book, only it's in a foreign language, and I had no idea that it was being translated. So there's lots that goes on that's outside the control of the author once you start working with a publisher. I really like the covers of a lot of the books, some of them more than others. There's a book called The Velikovsky Heresies, which is sort of off topic for me. It's about a man named Immanuel Velikovsky, a controversial theory he had about the formation of Venus. But the cover of that book is just a beautiful cover as far as I'm concerned. The books that I self-publish, I've been self-publishing through Amazon's originally was CreateSpace, now it's Kindle Direct Publishing. And one of the reasons for doing that is that for almost zero cost on my part, I can quickly publish a professional looking book and make it available worldwide all by myself on a quick time frame. From the point I finished writing the book to the point that it sees publication might be a month and a half at most. So the books that have the simple covers are the ones where I've been responsible for designing the cover, and I'm not an artist. So I'm trying to put together an image that will be meaningful to the book I'm writing, but I'm not capable of putting the same kind of professional effort into it that the artists at Traditions have.
Oh,
Well, you gotta let us know because we got people who do album covers for Priest and everything. We can figure something out for you.
Wow. Well, when I come around to that point with another book, I'll check with you guys.
right. Now I want to sit down with you anyway because you got a lot of good ideas. I would like to go one-on-one with you. We probably could do a book together. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that'd be interesting. I've never tried doing that with anybody.
Right.
That'd be interesting.
Or imagine releasing an album that correlates with the book and you use the same cover.
Storybook.
And that would you would sell it, one by one, like together.
Like auto, what you talking about, like an auto book?
Like the book and the CD are correlated to one.
Yeah.
You could sell them separately or together as a package.
Well,
yeah, they do that with books and movies pretty much, except not usually together, but you have the book that turns into a movie, so now you have the two versions of the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh man, if they turn us into a movie, I got some ideas, and I know you already.
And then
There actually have been one. There's an Argentinian filmmaker named Pablo Cesar who filmed an entire film in Dogon country, actually in Burkina Faso, which is a Dogon village outside of the main part of Mali. Based on my material. The plot is based on my Dogon material.
Oh.
Okay. Nice.
Cats out there just breaking to get in one video. My man have got a whole movie done out of one of his books. Now that's great. That's very rich and thick. You know what I'm saying? With information and loaded information, man. This is beautiful. What you say? Pawn said, "Tea bloating you? You a fool?" I don't know. The tea makes us good. You know what I'm saying, everybody? If I like our shirts, man.
Oh, you looking at our shirt? Uniforms, correlating. Okay, correlation, huh?
Yeah.
Coordinate.
We gotta get Laird one.
Oh,
Laird.
I don't know anything about the three of you in terms of how you relate with each other, what your roles are in relation to each other professionally, or how you came to work together.
Right. Well, I'm Priest's animator, so I do a lot of the animated videos. I got in contact with Priest through the podcast, actually, through the Podcraft a while ago, and we've been going hard ever since.
Yes. Have you seen any of my animation videos?
I only briefly. I haven't looked at them as closely as I should, but I'll have to take a look.
He's the guy.
Animation that combines all sorts of different interesting fields, art and technology, and
that's right.
You name it.
Yeah.
You should check out Saffron. We should send him Saffron.
Yeah. So we'll send you for Saffron.
Okay.
Saffron, grandmother's name. I think you would like pagan too.
Oh yeah. Saffron and pagan for sure.
Yeah, definitely. That's right up your alley. For real. Yeah, hold on to your seat for this one. Good.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I'm like, me and Priest known each other probably for years now, for a long time, like since the 90s. So I've been working with him since I was like 17. And
wow.
Yeah, here we are.
So like since before the early albums.
Yeah. I met Priest when he was doing Heavy Mental. I was there when he recorded that. Recorded a lot of that album.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
My wife Risa says you can't make new old friends.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that was no doubt. So yeah, we had seen letters. Man, you covered so much, man. I feel like, dang, man. What else can I say? Where can we find some of your information? You got a question, AD?
No, I was gonna say, if anyone has a question, they can put the super chat.
Oh yeah, for the craft room, if anyone have a question, y'all can put drop in the super chat. He's here. If you got already asked about the Gobekli Tepe, Danny.
Everybody.
So yeah, Danny Salinas. I always talk about the Gobekli Tepe. You broke that down beautiful. And any other questions that y'all may have?
And while those are coming in from Gobekli Tepe, if you think Gobekli Tepe as a source, there's one path of transmission that went sort of south and east from there down through Pakistan and India, and as far south and east as Australia. There's another path of transmission. This is following around 6,000 BC. Another path of transmission that went down through Palestine and into Egypt by around 4,000 BC. There's another path that went across the Mediterranean and out Gibraltar, up the coast of Europe and through the Hebrides to Orkney Island by around 3,600 BC. Wow. And so a great many of the ancient traditions came out of those three paths of transmission. All of the Hinduism, Buddhism, and so forth.
That's deep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like how you coordinate, how they all coordinate, and I like a lot of the East Indian, like what I want to say, how you say it, East Indian, right? Like Hindu,
the
Hinduism.
Yeah.
Hmm? Yeah, Hinduism, and they have I don't know where it was. Where is it? I think it's Cambodia, whatever. They have some temples over there that have the rolling. They're on wheels and stuff like that. They have these like technology, like they sliding doors in these old temples.
Right.
It's in Cambodia, right, or somewhere over there. But I like how
Angkor Wat.
Yeah,
Angkor Wat in Cambodia.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Columns spin.
How they spin, and they have a lot of those, and how they all connect. And then the science of it that you drop in of how they all connect. I mean, I'm going to look further into it. There's some type of definitely a connection, and this is for the craft room. Also, shout out to Mark Buddha. Word, he put 3 7s on it. And you know, the connections all mean something, you know, like you explained it so vivid and well, you know what I'm saying? As far as I'm concerned, it was like real heavy.
Yeah, I have a question.
Right.
Did you ever ask the Dogon, like, where they their map of the star system Sirius? Did they tell you where they got it from or whatever? Did you ask those kind of questions when you had a chance to talk to the shamans?
Actually, I haven't had a chance to talk directly with Dogon priests because of the way their tradition works. It would be a 20-year process for an outsider to gain the confidence of a Dogon priest for him to be willing to talk about subjects of any importance with me. The French anthropologists took teams in there every year for the better part of 3 decades, and it was 20 years before they started getting into really pertinent stuff.
Right.
So I haven't really asked those questions, but in the end, okay, in the Hermetic tradition, they talk about as above, so below. The idea is that if we knew the truth of things, somehow the processes in the universe would be a match for the processes, here on Earth, or even in the atomic world. But
Right.
A large part of the Dogon system is trying to illustrate that for us in a way that makes sense to us. And so they're talking about dynamics of energy that we see in everyday life. This is spinning energy that creates mass. And so they point us to astronomical bodies that are within our easy view that illustrate those principles. And the Sirius stars do that. They illustrate a principle called angular impulse, which is sort of the crisscrossing of energy that happens, same kind of crisscrossing that you see with DNA molecules. That the Sirius stars are illustrating that dynamic of energy. They also are associated with a spiraling birthplace of stars called Barnard's Loop. You can't see it with the naked eye, but it centers on the belt stars of Orion. And that spiral of matter represents another of the aspects of energy. It's called angular inertia. So the Sirius stars, the information that they got, I mean, they are being instructed by people who seem to have had seriously deep knowledge of science to a very detailed level. And so the knowledge of solar system and near universe things to the Earth seems like it would be a piece of cake for them. Barnard's Loop that I was talking about, it measures 440 light years by 280 light years, which are the same dimensions as the Great Pyramid in cubits. It's one of the ways I demonstrate that the three pyramids of Giza point to the belt stars of Orion. They're trying to point us to that spiraling birthplace of stars. The Dogon call it the chariot of Orion, because when you use time-lapse photography to image the spiral, it looks like the wheel of a chariot that Orion the Hunter is standing in.
Right.
So the Dogon place large stones on a plateau to represent stars that are important to them, including the belt stars. And they say the reason they do it with the belt stars is to point us to that chariot of Orion, which they say is a match for a tiny spiral of matter that exists at every point in space and time. And so they describe the spiral of matter to us in great detail. And then when I discovered that they were referring to Barnard's Loop, I found out that the scientific descriptions of Barnard's Loop were almost an exact match for the Dogon descriptions again of the tiny spiral of matter. So they're intuitively demonstrating to us this principle, as above, so below, parallelism. I was talking about the instructional techniques that if you know that thing B is like thing A, you're 3/4 the way to understanding it. So parallelism is everything in this system, that if a student can just grasp that everything they're learning applies at all the levels, from the primordial level of energy all the way up to galaxies and beyond, that the whole process becomes so much more understandable, because you only have to learn it in one perspective. If you understand how the energy works in everyday life, you can apply that to any of those domains. If you understand how it works with atoms, you can apply it to any domain. Parallelism is huge.
Yeah, man.
Well
that was beautiful. All right, so tell us where could we find your work, and you know what I'm saying, you buy your books or anything like that.
Okay, I have an author page at simonandschuster.com. I have an author page at innertraditions.com. There's an author page for me on amazon.com. My books can be ordered through any bookstore. If you were to walk into a Barnes and Noble bookstore, you'd likely find one or two of the books on the shelf at any given point in time. Mostly they're available through easily available through Amazon is the easy answer, but any bookstore can order them for you.
Fire on that one. Got any questions? That's it. Well, yo, man, it's been great. I mean, if you got, I mean, you've been going for like 2:30. I mean, I know you got to get to bed or whatever, or you got to, get ready for your next time. This has been great, man. We gotta make this an annual thing where we can get you on like maybe 4 or 5, maybe 6 or 7 times up here. Have you had a good time on the craft?
Yeah, I know.
All right. So we're gonna let you go in a minute. If anybody got any more questions, AD.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody.
Well, were they using telescopes, ancient telescopes? Do you know if they were learned about like?
No, to my understanding, they weren't.
Okay.
Now it's possible that groups like the ancient Egyptians might have had them. I don't think there's any solid evidence that they did, but given all the other technology that we can see existed in ancient Egypt, I wouldn't be surprised if someone had them.
Mm-hmm.
The Dogon have not used them. The Dogon are technologically primitive from modern technology standards, but at the same time, they have, when it comes to holistic medicine, they have a thorough understanding of the pharmacology in their region. The use of plants for healing and energy for healing and things like that. They're involved with divination and things, paranormal sorts of connections that we consider to be paranormal. So we can't just judge things by technology, but from the modern perspective, the Dogon do not have technology as we think of it.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. You be pulling out some great examples. I'm liking that. Like you pulling out a lot of great examples, and kind of like it. We have Abel. What's that? Abel Avelis. He says sometimes we get high and get into a deep convo, and the Dogon tribe always comes up in discussion at some point. Great show. I'm enjoying it. Glad you.
Writing these books is a little like sticking notes in a bottle and tossing them out into the ocean. So anytime it feels like somebody has received one of them, it's always nice.
Well, we definitely appreciate it over here. No, definitely comes up a lot on this show. So I just want to thank you for coming through once again. And we'll set up something for next time for you to come back a third time. Would you be willing to do that?
Oh, sure. I'd be happy to talk to the guys anytime. And this is always a pleasure.
Yeah. Next time we'll have a panel full of Dogons.
You guys ask good questions,
Oh man, because we're into it. We love this type of thing. I mean, it's high time that it comes out now. Mm-hmm. Information been hid from us. We've been lied to for a long time. I'm gonna let y'all know. I say it all the time. They been hiding, the powers that be been hiding the truth from us, and they call it a cult. Everything that they make that's negative is actually the right thing for us to go into, but they try to hide it and do it. Do you agree on that?
I see evidence of that for sure. I know that. I know personally some of the Egyptian language scholars who reinterpreted things in the 1980s. They developed a new Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary. But I'm horrified to say that the net effect of a number of the changes they made is to disconnect the language from its earlier roots and connect it to the later ones. So it's being disconnected from African roots and connected to Greek roots, which I understand their impulse to want to do that, but the Dogon language is a really good counterpoint to that, because here you have an entire language. I can sort of say, here's a dictionary of an African tribe, compare it to Budge's Egyptian Hieroglyphic dictionary, and you'll see that all the words are a match. So to be able to reassert that there's an African connection to this stuff originally, to me is an accomplishment I'm proud of.
All right. We're gonna let you off the rocket. The craft.
Okay.
We're gonna let you off the rocket. We're gonna AD, could you slow down the craft and open up the craft ladder so he can get
Well,
we got
thank you very much for having me back on. I'd be happy to come back on again anytime, and I really appreciate it.
Laird Scranton, everyone.
Yeah.
Who's going to be on that yellow tea soon?
Hey. All right.
Sound like I'm walking, like a giant walking. I like this one. I don't even want to use that. That bam bam.
I gave you other bombs in there.
I like this one.
Try the other bombs.
It's like you're knocking on the door.
That's supposed to be the
hallway.
The epic trailer boom.
But this joint.
Yeah, you got that one. You gotta hit it harder.
This is a Western gunshot.
There you go. Let me try the other one.
It's from Samity Sam.
That's your original one, yeah.
Yeah. Flex don't. Yeah, Flex don't destroy that. Oh, I didn't hear this one. Definitely a shot. I thought it was in this one.
I like that.
That one's an explosion.
All right, let me see this one.
Shotgun.
Shotgun?
12 gauge.
Okay. What would I use it for, though?
In case you need
anything. Drop a 1 point? No, I like that one. This one is like...
Epic. It's more subtle yet big.
Subtle bombs. This is a sexy
subtle
bougie bomb. Yeah, this bomb.
Yeah.
This bomb got a ribbon on it. There's a ribbon in the sky for our love.
It's like a knowledge bomb.
Yeah. No doubt. All right, yo, Craft Room. Thank you for if y'all just coming in. This is the Killah Priest Podcraft. We just had Laird Scranton unbothered. You know what I'm saying? This time he came straight through, and he went straight through and did his build on the Dogon. You know what I'm saying? So we got to hear that out, and it sounds like fire. Yeah, it's a trip. Yeah, I got some. Oh, shout out to my man Guam from DJ from Guam in the building. That's love shots or love sounds and stuff like that. We want to definitely go come back out that way. Let me see. Us men love destruction. This, yeah, what's good? Word to KPP, no doubt. Remember, this is out right now. Y'all can get this. We still working on a little bit of the all platforms, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we still working on the all platforms, but it still should be out. Yo, Dave Flores, man, I didn't know you could cook, bro.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, I do a little bit of cooking.
You put it down, man. When you learned that?
Thank you. Well, I used to work at a Thai restaurant in Virginia a long time ago, and I was a waiter then. But sometimes they would have me cooking, and I would just pick up things here and then. So, I kind of like being in the kitchen anyway. I love to cook, so
right.
We tried to do the green curry thing today. It came out really good, I think.
What?
I think it came out really good.
It tastes just like the restaurant. You did a great job, yo. Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Let's ask Mr. Picky. AD, how it came out?
It was cool. I normally don't even eat curry.
AD said it was cool.
It was pretty. I like the noodles you used. That was the what? Magic noodles?
Right. The sweet potato noodles, glass noodles.
Glass noodles. Yeah.
They're used normally in like japchae noodles, japchae noodles.
Those are low calorie, low carb. Yeah, I was trying to find those at Pavilions. They didn't have them.
Yeah.
Glass noodles.
But you got those at Ralph's. Yeah.
They got a bigger like Asian section.
I noticed that Ralph's has a little bit more of an ethnic section compared to Pavilions.
Your Ralph's.
No, your Ralph's.
Oh, my Ralph's.
Yeah, the one down. Every
Yeah.
Ralph's ain't the same, yo. I think it depends on where were you at.
Yeah, they
That's
usually always
weird.
have the Jewish They have the sometimes they have the Jewish section, but yours have an Asian section,
Yeah.
a Caribbean section,
Yeah. And there's an Indian section, I think, in there
Indian
too.
section.
Yeah.
I told you, your Ralph is a bougie one.
A
And it's bigger than-
Mediterranean section too. They got
Sorry, y'all. Just had to put the cat
Yo,
away.
AG, you got your cat is crazy. Yo, hold on. Yo, listen, that cat don't like. Yo, that cat is crazy. He's unruly and crazy. Yo.
Let's get back to the topic. We're talking about
You wanna
noodles
change
right
the
now.
subject. You want to hide the trauma.
This is an
All right,
important conversation.
I'm a cat therapist.
Let's
right
get
now.
back to the noodles.
All right, we're gonna hide the trauma and bury what he just did. We're doing it again. Y'all heard that, right? Go ahead. Let's get back to
The glass noodles.
Yeah, the glass noodles.
When you eat them, they don't break. Go ahead.
Yeah.
That's right. And then we did the green curry. So we did a little bit of green onions. We did the green peppers, red peppers, some bamboo shoots. We did the Japanese eggplant was in there, some chicken.
I ate eggplant.
Yeah. I never had that
I
before.
finally ate the eggplant.
Some coconut milk, and then the green curry paste we used. Came out really good though.
It came out banging.
It was bomb.com.
Yo, listen.
you did it. You did your thing on that one.
When we have a Podcraft party, you definitely gonna have to make that, man. That was crazy.
Yeah.
We had a couple of birthdays coming up. Word. Looking at you. For real.
Definitely.
That was crazy, man.
Yeah, man.
Demetrius said, AD, put that cat in the hat. You can't. You gotta put that in the cannon. Look, he just jumped up in the count in your Yo, I'm done.
He's looking for chicken.
Oh yeah.
No, he jumped up in the cabinet. He's up in the cabinet.
Oh shoot. Yeah, I see him in the cabinet.
You know what it is? He went, oh, he gonna go get his food.
Are you trying to get catnip?
Yeah, but he told we gotta, he said you putting glass in your noodles. No, glass is a bougie term for regular noodles. Glass noodles it's like bean thread.
They're clear, yeah.
Yeah, bean thread, bean curd, whatever you call it, made out of bean. And they said some of them made out of, the ones we had was upscale.
We had the sweet potato noodles.
Sweet potato noodles.
Cellophane noodles.
Yeah, sweet potato noodles.
They're good, yo.
As you can see right through them. And they're healthy for you. So it's way more healthy than the regular pasta, you know what I'm saying? Well, I'm not, when I be saying that, healthy, right? I don't be meaning like cut everything out right away. You got people that's extremists. Take your time at doing things. You work on things just like you work on your life every day. You work at the gym every day. You can't just get to the your levels. So I always have to explain these things because it's just like I said before. There's ingredients on toast. There's ingredients on Pop-Tarts.
Yeah.
There's ingredients on not ingredients. My bad. Instructions. On cereal, open box, pour cereal in bowl. Make sure you can add, you know what I'm saying? Anytime they tell you something to say add water, come on, man. Add water. That's not instructions.
Nah.
Instructions is getting this, get a bowl, get this, make sure you have this amount, a little bit more. Just add water. You think we stupid, yo. We not stupid. We understand that we live on a water planet. You don't have to tell us to add water. We know that. But then again, somebody be up there eating dry cereal. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And that's sad. We got to wake up from that. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Glass noodles are usually made out of rice, gluten-free. That's right, Shannon.
Yeah. Cut that gluten out.
Normally it's supposed to be with jasmine rice? Or,
yeah, go ahead. Tell the true tradition. Yeah,
right. Normally that green curry is supposed to be made with a side of white, jasmine rice. But we did it a little different today. We got the sweet potato noodles. We wanted to be a little bougie today and do it a little fancy today. So we just switched it up a little. Just a little.
Glass noodles, yo. We stepping our game up. We're not falling victim to regular.
Go wrong with the glass. Can't get wrong with the glass noodles.
Nah. Don't fall victim to number 8 or number 9. Because when you usually get the regular spaghetti is number 9, right?
It is 9.
The real thin is 8.
You mean like the angel hair spaghetti?
Yeah, the angel hair. Yeah, because they got the 9s, they got 11s. 11s a fat shoestring.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. You talking about the different
You talking about gauge of pasta?
Right.
Yeah.
But
The
then
9 gauge.
Well, these are skinny joints, man. But they're not the skinniest ones, though. The glass is not that.
it's just right.
It's just right.
just right.
You know what the age? I went to there was some noodle I got before, and it was the extra thin.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, and it came out.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could. I think it was rice noodles, but then when you pick them up, they was all stuck together. It was like
Okay.
It's like a mop.
It's kind of like pasta, like Italian spaghetti or whatever.
Yeah. This was it said rice noodles, and I never went back to it.
Right. Yeah.
Is there a way you cook it?
Well, rice noodles.
Yeah.
I think I know which ones you're talking about. Those are like really, really, really thin noodles. They're really,
Yeah.
Like
Even thinner
easily
than
clump
thins.
together if you don't put enough oil.
You got to
on
put oil in
it.
it.
It'll clump together because they're so thin.
Oh, okay.
I gotta stay at the kitchen. I forgot to put oil in it, yo. Oh, hurry.
Just a little drop.
Indeed.
Keeps it from sticking together, the pasta.
Indeed. But cap $2. Smoke weed every day. Hey.
420.
Yeah, it's for weed every day. Yeah, how many of y'all high right now? You know what I mean?
I'm a little buzzy. I'm a little high.
You was smoking?
Yeah. Me and
Oh, yeah, you got to do it right now. Let me see if I got some sticky icky on me.
we can't, because I know you don't like to smoke.
Look, I have something. Look at this, AD.
You got the magic bag. What is that? Magic bag of herbs. You should get it in.
Yo, listen, man.
Nice.
If nobody give you a stack of this on this day, you can get this. You smell it? No, it's not sea moss.
Right. No, it's good. I can smell it from
Yeah.
You got that from what's the name upstairs?
That looks good.
Happy 420.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. Thanks.
I can separate that. AD, you can have some too, but AD might be like, no.
Word?
Oh yeah, AD, come on, separate. It's my gift.
Is it sativa or indica?
I think this is
I don't know. You smell and tell?
yeah, this is I think
something.
this is sativa, I think. This is not like this is sativa.
You yeah, he do smoke weed. You didn't even smell. You looking at it.
You can tell.
This is sativa. Oh yeah.
No, who could tell David? He could look at that. He could look at it and tell right away.
Wow, that's crazy. That's a
Right
talent.
away. Yeah.
This is not an indica, this is a sativa, yeah.
Wow. Is it the hair?
Yeah. You know what I mean? And it's purple too, yeah.
That's real good stuff right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's real good stuff. Yep. Yo, man.
Okay.
Somebody said what strand? When in doubt, always say Gorilla Glue. It's Gorilla Glue.
It's got to be some it's got to be
I don't know. It looks a little purple in there.
yeah, this is purple something. I don't know.
Hybrid.
Call it Prince.
Prince. Okay, the new strain, Prince.
Purple Rain. Purple Rain.
Right? I think they got one called Purple Rain.
Shout out to Cherry Cola Farms. You know what I mean? They hit me up. Word. Gonna have some
that look like
Killer Priest OG.
that look like weed you got.
Yeah.
Wow. Taking it back. Taking it back. All right. Somebody said oh, he's crazy. Priest Pusher. I'm your mama. I'm your daddy. I'm your priest. All right, make weed tea live on KP. Well, I got it. Oh, look. There you go.
Oh yeah, that's the
It's tea weed. You can.
oh that's tea. That's
Yeah.
oh tea weed. Oh okay.
Word. Well, I can't even answer this right now. Yo, look who called me. Wow. Chakra.
Okay.
Is our first guest.
Yeah.
No doubt, man. I should just say.
Is she watching?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm live. Hello? Yeah, I'm live right now. I'm gonna hit you right back. All right. Now I answer because sometimes you be live. That was our first guest. on the show.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, shocker. She climbed Kilimanjaro and did a somersault when she got to the top. Did a handstand.
Wow.
Word, no
She's a
doubt.
rock climber?
Yeah, she climbed Kilimanjaro.
Wow.
Yeah. Word. Shout out to her. Yo, I got a new cup too. Shout out to my man Chi King. Yeah, check out my Leo cup.
Nice.
Oh, is that me? One back. Shout out to Chi King. He gave me a Leo cup. Word. He's a Leo also. It's kind of dope because it reminds me of Ethiopia. Or some type of, they can put it in.
Got a medieval look to it.
Yeah. We all cheer and drink bottles of beer.
Very nice.
All right, let's go. Let's move over to the music.
Moving on to the music.
Hold on, and then while you doing that, tell them about the our experience at Hari's.
Oh yeah. Wow. Well,
That was great.
it was. Yeah, I never experienced anything like that, man. I'll tell you one thing I didn't tell y'all.
Right.
I did have a cramp in my back,
Uh-huh.
and that machine, yo, it actually helped me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
What
Like,
did you feel?
it just kind of loosened my muscles in the lower back up, and like, cause it kind of feel like a massage. Did you get on that machine?
No, I didn't get on it.
The one
I didn't.
I don't know if you got on that one.
I got on something before,
Right.
not this time.
Right,
We was
right.
together.
But you know, you lay down on it, and it's kind of like massaging all of the muscles, and you just lay there and you just take it all in. But man, it really did loosen me up. I felt like I was floating when I got out of there.
All right.
Do you mean the vibration?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did get on that. I did get on that.
Yeah.
That really felt really good.
Yeah.
It felt good.
Was the whole thing vibrating?
It was kind of like this electrical pulse
Yeah.
going through the
Yeah.
chair, and it felt like it hurt electrically at first.
Yeah.
And then it felt like your body would get used to it after about 2 or 3 minutes, and then your body wouldn't, like flinch up as much.
It was.
It felt good actually.
Yeah,
It felt good.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. I felt at first I was like, what the fuck is going on? I thought I was about to tell Hari, yo, man, turn that shit down, yo.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt. Like
No,
I felt like I was being shot.
Yeah, it was a little overwhelming, and then he was like, nah, just relax.
Right.
And I was like, all right. So, yeah, man, it was pretty bugged out, man. It was pretty, but I got used to it.
Where he put those things on y'all?
No,
No,
he didn't do that. He just put us on that chair.
Oh,
I don't know if you
chair
did.
is this?
Yeah. Volta said the pulse table was
I think that's what it was.
charging your cells exactly. Yeah, man. It was.
Oh, shout out to Hari. I thought he was doing something experiment. Like,
No.
That's hey, I was on this chair I never seen before.
No,
He said it was pulsating, shaking and stuff.
the pulse table. Voltage know about it. Yep.
Right, it was like electrical pulse.
It was charging your.
You could
It's
feel
just
it like,
they
shock
really.
almost.
Yeah, you get like an electrical shock through your. It's pretty crazy.
Is it a chair or is it a bed?
It's like a bed table, like you lay down like it's like kind of like a psychiatrist chair. Like you go to see a psychiatrist or something like that. You lay like in a chair like that.
All right. I was about to call up Harry like, yo, what you doing? I had a joke like, sit on this seat, right? Strap in. Yeah, right. Like electric chair. Yo, stop. Yeah, that's dope though. But y'all felt like y'all was floating
Yeah, like
afterwards.
a mild electric chair.
Yeah, man, it was
mild. Right, and it was
Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you, y'all. I was like, cause Hari's like, he comes up to me, he's like, Sue, you all right? And I was like,
Yo, Harvey got jokes too,
I was like, I was just trying to be like, I didn't want to tell him like, yo, man, turn that shit down, yo. I just kind of guilt because it's my first time. I was like, fuck, I ain't going. I can't tell him that. You know what I mean? I just went through it, and after like a good minute, going into like the second minute, I started to feel a lot better.
right.
oh, that's dope. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's definitely something you got to get used to doing.
Right.
It ain't nothing you could just jump in there. You like, oh shit, you know what I mean?
Right. All right. No doubt. So, yeah, the pulsator. What do you call it?
Voltage is called. What is it called? The pulse. The pulse table.
All right. No doubt.
Yeah, the pulse. Yeah.
Somebody said the electric chair.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, did he put straps on your head?
no, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. Shit, he might as well have though.
Right.
You know what I mean? It was kind of like he might as well did that.
I'd be like, I'm killing all.
Yeah.
I'm killing. All
Yeah, he might as well.
Yes, yeah, I'm kidding.
Right.
Oh man, yo, I gotta stop. I never heard of that shit.
The
second
second one, that was like the more like the massaging one. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The second one was awesome. I saw it. I didn't get on it, but I seen it.
Yeah.
What was going on? It looked. I never seen nothing like that. The second chair.
Yeah, he got some amazing equipment.
Yeah.
There, AD. You gotta.
So you got a good massage?
Yo, Voltage says, yeah, it's like an electric chair on the low. I mean,
what's that on the low? Yeah. What's that?
So you gotta do it.
So
You gotta
what's the chair?
actually do it. You gotta actually do it because it's kind of
Did he
hard
tell
to
you to take
explain.
your shirt off?
No. He ain't tell you.
What did he do? Like
You
you just sit there?
You sit down and the machine does the work.
Okay.
You don't get strapped
You
in.
ain't see no
like
other little
that.
windows there.
No.
Peeking through the window.
No. He was,
Watch out, Hari. Shout out to Hari, yo.
in fact, he was in the other chair.
He said that.
He was in the other chair doing the one, machine, and I was on that machine. And we was just having a conversation with each other.
Oh, all right. So he was in the room.
Yeah.
I was getting worried right there with his chair. Yo, Hari, the electric chair. Y'all crazy. The low, oh man. No, that's the way you first explained it.
Yeah. Nah, I mean,
because we went into the.
We did the hyperbaric chamber.
Yeah,
which is my first time ever doing the hyperbaric.
Now, how was that?
chamber.
I didn't do that one.
That was a different experience. I didn't know what to expect, but it was really hot at one point. It got really hot.
Yeah.
The air in there was so compressed that it was hot in there, and we,
That's right.
the priest and we had to breathe like oxygen through these tubes and through our nose
Serious
to get
real
fresh
talk.
oxygen.
Yeah.
But it felt like we were in like underwater, maybe 100 feet underwater. Like it felt like kind of compressed. It was kind of different. It was a different experience. I never had nothing like that. But
I felt like I was floating words.
I got to be honest. Like when I left, I felt normal. But when I worked later on that night, I was running around the place. I felt like mad energetic.
Yeah.
Pick up the Hari.
Like a lot of energy. I felt like I was 18 again. And I was running all over the place. I had a lot of energy.
Wow.
And I didn't notice it right away, but later on that night when I was at work, I was like, oh my God, I'm running all over the fucking
Yo, it worked, yo.
I think more athletes should be doing this, man.
Right.
More older people and more athletes. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Especially for older folk out there. You know what I may loosen them up a little bit.
LeBron probably do it.
Yeah,
we saw Tom Brady.
Tom Brady, yeah. Tom Brady, yeah.
Athletes,
Yeah.
right.
They put a lot into it.
I could see LeBron and Tom Brady doing that.
No, Michael Jackson sat in the hyperbaric, right?
Yeah,
and he said he had
Jackson
one in his
was a
crib.
lot.
I think Prince probably had one too.
Yeah.
Where we gonna move on. I want to know about this chair though. I want to experience that chair too. Where that was kind of crazy.
That shit, it's kind of dope.
Was there arm straps?
Nah, man, it wasn't nothing like that.
Oh, okay, all right.
Nothing like
good.
that. You just lay down on,
That'd be wild if Hari did that though. But that was good.
We strap you in.
Yeah.
Lay your head back.
You know the crab roll, man. We sleep from there.
I'm gonna go right here. It has different settings. It says African American. So I'm gonna go to African American. And there I am. The big kahuna takes me. Get one.
That's the same kind of. Yeah, it was kind of like that was sitting. Hari chair is a little different though.
Yeah, his is like it's not a massage chair. It's like
No,
therapeutic.
It's
It's therapeutic.
It's the real deal, yo. It's the real
Like
deal.
you feel like lightning and stuff like that, like electricity. And the room, the whole setting is dope. Speaking of when we did the weed convention, there was this Genesis But they said they have. I think it's called the Infinity now. The Infinity. There was the first one is called the Genesis massage chair, $5,000. But when I tell you it's better than it was crazy, yo. It clamped down on your hands.
Oh yeah.
Everything, your whole body, and I was like, yo, you could just sit in that. It's the Genesis, but then they said that they had a new one. I think me and Tori. Shout out to Tori. Me and Tori called them up because we was trying to get two. He's like, yo, if we get this, we straight. We straight for life.
Oh man, y'all okay.
Yo, we was trying to get that. We was talking to them and it was like, yo, and it was during the COVID, that's why. All right, we can move on.
All right. So now we're going to move on to the segment we call Song Promotions, where we play tracks submitted to the show. We got 9 submissions to go through.
One is Hari.
So hang on to your butts.
Strap.
We're going to start the show off with Bragadino.
Oh, Bragadine.
Track is called Dream. Be sure to subscribe to his channel.
Indeed.
Take it from the top. He got those Space Jam Jordans.
In the underworld are one and the same. Right on Mulholland Drive, they all summon his name. Harris Biden and Obama's all puppets in the game. Crooked politicians puffing the cane, numbing the brain. On a private plane, pedophilia and bestiality. Saliva be cooling they smile, cause the hypocrisy monopolies on the minds of thee. What a mockery for Machu Picchu. If you a child, they'll eat you and drink your blood. Jack it right in their veins, feel the adrenaline. The adrenochrome goes right to their brains, the evil syndrome. He lives on, it depends on who you worship. You don't do right, the devil scorch you with torture. Enki was the serpent in the Garden of Eden, and Lil was God. The real God is semen. Imagine the state of mind that Eve's and he's in when Satan tells him God is the one who deceives them. They take a bite, open their eyes and start seeing amazing sex. They start craving, fucking like cavemen. Survived the flood, it came and went. Subterranean, the Mediterranean. The sea people see a new race and they erase them. The Mayans went under the earth, their God saved them. Gold and uranium, my soul is titanium. Just wanna grow and change into a better Homo sapien. God bless my fans, I hope my flows will awaken them. God told me that my only goal was to save them. Cause motherfuck Maya, I choose Gaia. Maya is Lilith and Gaia is Mother Mary the mama. Nothing new under the sun, fuck all the drama. The Matrix is faking an illusion, why bother? Created by man, a big mutation. Rose from the slime, came to simulation. Lucid in the caves of earth, while you snoring, dreaming about a place that all came from boredom. Human beings evolved from dinosaurs, we're carnivores, reptilians in suits, proprietors, entrepreneurs. Kids got all kind of chores. Go to school, come home, take their pajamas out the drawers and go to sleep. It's all one big dream and then you die. Goodbye. Life flew by, wondering why the youth think they're better than the old, and they're old. Middle-aged men think they're better when they're old. Americans think that they're better than they're told, that the sheep will in control by the renowned men of old. The best man alive, God hung him on a crucifix, then Zeus flew past Jupiter to the abyss. The best man alive, God hung him on a crucifix, then Zeus flew past Jupiter to the abyss.
Brag.
Hey.
Yeah.
How you like that?
Everything about it was dope.
Bragadino, subscribe to his channel. Yeah, buddy. That was cool.
Yeah, that was dope.
Yeah.
That was
Shout out.
Bragadino.
Shout out to Bragadino. Good work, buddy.
Rhyme,
Awesome work.
Yep. All right, this next track is by Coach Parcells.
Coach Parcells.
It's called What's Good.
Oh, this beat is fire. Say this other beat too? Yeah, say this one. This is the Royal Priesthood. Summertime? Exclusive. Cheek. That's fine. I don't know about that part.
Coach Parcells with What Good. All right.
Just leave out that weird part.
Yeah.
That was weird.
You added like a saw wave going like doo 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 doo, and it was off. It seemed like it was off key. I wouldn't have put that there. You know what I mean? Take that off. That's my suggestion. I think Priest agrees with that because that saw wave kind of took it to a whole other weird direction that I don't think was fitting in the same key or chord structure of the track, but everything else was cool. Snare was dope. Kick drum was dope. Yeah, Priest can hear. He's gonna go real quick, take a break, but yeah, the monitors, he can hear him. What y'all think?
Yeah, I agree with you and Priest. I thought that one part of the song kind of, the note was off, or something was going on, but kind of had like a West Coast feel to it. I liked it. Besides that one thing, I thought it was good.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I like it. I agree with what AD was saying. As soon as that part came in, it was kind of like, oh, okay, what's this all about? Not in a bad way, but sometimes, I mean, people can overdo producing a track. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just need to lay it down, the foundation of it. Great loop, bass line, snare, bang, boom. Just let it rock like that.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Other than that, it's good though. I'm not saying that it's not good.
Good slow
just to let you
vibe.
guys know, it was really, really good beat. But sometimes, you know, oversampling.
Yeah.
We're not oversampling, but you're overproducing. It's like you may think that should go there, but sometimes somebody can come and say, well, that sound okay. Just kind of leave it the way it is.
Less is more.
Exactly.
Yeah, I used to make beats to where I would just layer stuff, layer, and then I would at the end of the day start taking stuff out, stuff out, and you'd be surprised how much you would take out because you'd be just down to the raw basic nitty gritty of it, you know?
Yeah.
Some tracks don't even need hi-hats. It just depends what you're making.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Priest's coming back because we got Odomai from Florida with the 16-bar challenge.
Yeah, he
coming up.
I'm a fan.
I'm not sure if I've heard Odomai before.
You probably do. Look.
Man, red.
Yeah.
You too? Yeah, the beet juice. Yeah.
Oh, word?
Yeah.
I told y'all you had too much.
Nah, it's just the Red Sea.
Oh, my God.
Red
Sea. Okay, here we go. So this is Odomai from Florida, the 16-bar challenge. Let's go.
Oh, yeah, he's already going.
Hold on.
You gotta turn him up.
Yeah, but where's the volume? Is this a YouTube? It's gotta be a YouTube. Where's the volume on this thing? Hold on. Oh, it's a story. Hold on. Yeah, there's no volume control. There's just on and off. Here, let me try to crank it on my end. Try this again.
Yeah.
What would Roberto mean? Beat is horrible for you.
It doesn't go louder than that, yo. Okay, so I'm gonna try to crank it on my end real quick so people can hear at home. 1 second, but in the future, Odomai, make sure your sound quality, your sound volume is all the way up. Okay, I'm gonna crank it on our end. Let's try this again. Oh shit.
Yo, Damo, 16 bar challenge. Yo, I said straightforward, erase horror with great storage, unravel the delicate, embellish the reverence, rhetoric, and straight mortar. Placeholder, elate soldiers, relate poems, and make sculptures to signify the plausible. Watch the flow and keep the drain close, while waste form on top of the bathtub. Grab slugs, preparation for bad hugs and sad mugs, staring for cherishing every coffee bean. The prophecy was intended for every poppy seed to grow until I'm properly chopping every crop from the top of trees. You poppy seeds. Here's a house full of jellyfish, no spines involved, only the bezeled wrist. But I'm a nuisance to it. A porcupine with a fortune of rhymes. Keep my fork from the swine, but no resorts to a crime, never short of a sign. Got you thinking I'm just a random panhandler, scavenger man, rambler for a mandarin or a dime.
I had it cranked. That means everything is loud.
Yeah, they did.
Those bombs exploded in my ear.
I know, you kind of like...
Hey.
Came out of nowhere with that. I was like, oh.
It scared you too?
Yeah, I'm like, gosh. You know, we synced in and we listening.
I had to crank
it. Just came out of nowhere with that one.
Priest bombs. Okay, I got it lower down.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Yo. Man.
Okay, cool. Other than the volume,
know, it's gonna be tense.
Yeah,
you hold up the sides like like rounds.
Right? I get it. It was a story, but yeah. Try to record it onto a video, and then put it in some post. Do some compression. Do all that. You know what I mean? You want that quality as good as possible because we want to hear you. You know. But that was as loud as I could put it.
Hey,
but that was cool.
Was dope, man.
Yeah,
that was dope. I don't care. That dude can MC, man.
Yeah, he's dope.
Nice. Yeah.
He's dope, man. Every time he come on here, he drop nothing but fire.
Yeah. He was
shout
low,
out to Odomai.
Yeah, I was able to hear him. You know.
Yeah, I can hear him. I can hear him.
Nice. AD doing the technical. That's right though. That's good. Cause he do got to turn it. I mean, have it turned up, but his rhymes is nice.
Yeah.
And flowing like that, I heard that. He's Visual Cattle. It's the status. Remind me of Life's of
AZ.
Yeah. Casualty. Life of Coaching. That flow, that rapid flow.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up next now is Don Def from Boston. The track is called Crack the Code. And here we go.
How's everybody saying say no to beats? We gotta talk about it later. Go ahead. I mean, 2 people said that. Oh, this is hip hop.
Yeah, real shit. I'm a rep to the death. Hey yo, crack the code. Got one day to live. Rise to the top, unplug from the grid. Crack the code. Look and see what's next. Flesh to flesh, I'm a rep to the death. Crack the code. Got one day to live. Rise to the top, unplug from the grid. Crack the code. Look and see what's next. Flesh to flesh, I'm a rep, yo. I spit acetone, you can go ahead and blast the chrome. I got Teflon skin with metallic bones. Systematic drones rise from the catacombs. Crazy on the mic, I'm the Alex Jones of palindromes. I'm the famous slave who snuck inside the master's home. Stole a grand piano, xylophone, and saxophone.
Watch out.
Now we play music all across disaster zones. Non-stop, leaking water drops till the grass is grown. Past the bone, this is Guns and Navarone. Leave you in the middle of the street like traffic cones. Still casting stones, still attacking clones. Blasting foes, the fashion shows to shut your casket closed. It's assassin mode. When the job's done, a large amount of cash is owed. Matter of fact, stacks of gold. Turn the vocal boost into a fucking NASA probe. We the MCs who hack the globe. Crack the code. Crack the code. Crack the code.
All fire.
Crack the code. Crack the code. Got one day to live. Rise to the top, unplug from the grid. Crack the code. Look and see what's next. Flesh to flesh, I'm a rep to the death. Crack the code. Got one day to live. Rise to the top, unplug from the grid. Crack the code. Look and see what's next. Flesh to flesh, I'm a rep to death. Wrap the world in caution tape. I talk toxic waste. Lock the gates. This is how my brain operates. Leave your thoughts erased. When I rock the place, now you're lost in space. I'm the last of an exhausted race. Look around, there's no one for the cops to chase. I'ma give the final judgment and toss the case. Don't even cop the tape, cause on my clock your fate. Cut you off and dropped away like viruses depopulate. Stop it, wait, I think I said the line before. I dead your spinal cord when I step inside the war. Energize the cord, then I let it cry for more. Put your fossils in the ground like an alleged dinosaur. Getting mine and yours when I let the fire pour. Out my mouth, tell me what your set is dying for. Check the final score, we perfect the lion roar. Try to make it back from the depths that I explore. Try to make it back from the depths that I explore. Crack the code, got one day to live. Rise to the top, unplug from the grid. Crack the code, look and see what's next. Flesh to flesh, I'm a rep to the death. Crack the code, got one day to live. Rise to the top, unplug from the grid. Crack the code, look and see what's next. Flesh to flesh, I'm a rep to the death.
Dope. Cool. That's pretty good.
Right.
I got no notes.
No notes.
I got no notes on that.
That was dope. Flow was tight. Rhymes was tight. Took it back. Just like, just boom bap.
Yes, I love the piano in there. I loved it. Yeah, I thought it was dope.
I like it. It's dope.
And
I like it a lot.
The hook's catchy too.
Like
Crack the
hook.
code.
I like the hook. A lot of people don't do hooks like that no more, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Crack
So,
the code.
yeah, I like it. I like the hook. I like how he is, pure hip hop right there.
Well, we 4 for 4 today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
4 for 4.
Nice. Coming up next. This next track is from Google Mall and Bully Yanko. It's called Dope Man. Official video.
Who made this? Who made this?
DJ T on the beat.
I slang dope man. Who got that? I got that dope. I slang dope man. I got that dope. I slang dope man. Who got that? I got that dope. I slang dope man. Who got that? I got that dope. I slang dope man. I got that dope. I slang dope.
Life that'll change you. Unaware of these trade routes. Same killers, brave brutes. Same shoes, same trousers. Paper cable, the same channel. Got the dopest recipe. Recipes, Jim Brown. Dope game in the gang foul. Whip game in the stomp down. 16 touches first pound. Got a hold of them fizz limes. It was feet up. All couch. Swap in, swap out, my team up. Call around, set it there. Grab it there, no hand to hand. Calm down. Vacuum sealed in the carry on. Send a bride to the carousel. She don't whine how fair it is. Separate deals, it never fails. Real niggas get 11 years. Weirdos get a pardon sentence for the big bucks. Big cheese, till them muck. On their ass, they tell
Dope man. I got that dope. I slang dope man. Who got that? I got that dope. I slang dope man. Who got that? I got that dope. I slang dope man. I got that dope. I slang dope. Get it right on them angles. Show them who got the game down. Push the drive for 100 yards on the first play. I'ma break out. Been a player with the same handles. Can't figure out how my levels leak. When naturally I'm a dope nigga, and all I do is just let it be. Selling heat, check my pedigree. I can slang either of y'all. With a reader, some bombs, some sweets in the flame. Somewhere deep in the game, where the pieces are eager champions. Trying to fit me into a hall. It's an international race of champions, and this is the winner circle. No telling this first thing. Propelling this turf steam. My sword got a roar with a felony dirt ring. This normal something else from the norms you formed. My brick stack different, my bitch act different. I slang Dope man, Dogon. I got that dope. I slang dope. Dope man. Who got that? I got that dope. I slang dope. Dope man. Who got that? I got that dope. I slang dope. Dope man. I got that dope. I slang dope.
All right. Dope. They're from Seattle, Washington. Yeah, Google Ball and Bulyanko, Dope Man from Seattle, Washington. That's cool. It's catchy hook. Slang dope. Okay.
Yeah. You know, I don't push dope, but you talking about weed and the dope MC. I like the way he flipped the metaphor in there, and that's hard. That's hard. I like the rhymes, the studio, the video, all dope. No pun intended. Word.
It was alright. Cool. I thought it was okay. It wasn't necessarily my cup of tea. I thought it was okay though.
Right.
All right. Coming up next now, we got Physics from Staten Island. Track is called Dumb.
Shaolin. Yeah, enough water for a tea.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Here we go.
I like this tea we doing, so.
We got enough for tea? Or no?
We don't have no water.
Oh, shit.
Yes.
Dumb. Don't even need act the kind I want. Said I'm dumb. Fuck gently, does it? I'm getting blunted on an empty stomach, stuck a bucky on my breath. Yesterday, whatever, fuck it. Remember rockets every second, look my feather. Yeah, I said that chocolate, but it doesn't take much to tempt. It doesn't, and when the public trans get novice, when I spend it, cuts, I tell them shut it. Just for fuckers feeling like the rest of it. The mother vulture, I've become the less I care, but stop myself, but don't just spend my 20 socking at a mess. I just don't care, depressing fuck women, that's physics, I guess. Second ahead, we got the dumb shit that I did, there's a net. They're expecting about I give my son, they can rap. There's something, spent my friends that represent the shred, should never end shit. I'll begin to mess till I'm dead, never the dead still. First in every gig I attend, and things that I'll never be as big as what I pretend. My biggest physical chest is a shit with rest when you think that I'm French. Yeah, I ain't changing up my sleeves for nobody. Go fuck you have to fit to understand the whole country. So godly with a wake up of my raps. It's no funny, but it doesn't mean jack of the strap. But no money more when it's more trouble. How about I go hungry, close and trust those I'm Chelsea just on my grown and tell me so much something broke. I nothing more than that to know that can't fucking joking about something. What is my copy? Can't be total nothing on somebody whose priority is fucked. Honestly, fuck, cause I've been dropping the call and hoping my stuff. A couple quarters and I'm on and off my rock of a gun. Shit, tell them huckleberry covers for bombing. I'm fucking flush. You got 11 though, there's nothing more than that it just bonded. I can't so but a couple cold bottles of rum. My fucking tongues, my brothers looking at me, what have you done? In future dick, I just push the bass, responded at grunts. I'm fucking dumb. And I'm proud to get my head running my gut with the names of assistance. Coming to show what I'm thinking. I watch the sound of crushing doors and I'm drinking physics. I don't motives, nothing but undoubtedly twisted. How could you miss it? Still counting a menace until I'm found out for the others. I'm patting, I'm proudly sending them. I'm wishing that I had that shit to give my bird. Living sick, I hit in the ground, but it is something against the grip. My check is I'm stricken. With a what's luck I can't get take. About to break, become myself into these other pains. No much has changed, I'm still the same. I've begun the weight, disgusting strange. My making everything I touch my brain. Been up on days, my nuts pumping, big drum and bass. But fuck, I break off to stay hostile until I'm paid. It's just a shame they ain't fucking. But the words I say, they say they love the pace, but don't understand. But I come the biggest dumb. Yes, as dumb as it gets. Must be the glam born in me. The hasn't puzzled, I guess. Grumpily dressed, instead of freshest, but I'm under my sets. Hot nigga shred, I fucking worry with the brunt of the decks. And shut the burns, take a jump and crib, will cover the sweat. I'm coming correct that every show almost been up to the test. What you expect, but it's not like what you done at the death. One of the best in my country, still as dumb as the rest. I'm fucking dumb. Yeah, I'm dumb as I'm hick, stuck at the deck, stress and other stuff is tough to accept. Up to my neck, a box of troubles, got me dust to forget. Was a push to the set, but a nigga stuck in that bed. Don't nigga press so much, else I said the money gets sex. Fuck the respect, just give me something I can hope I can spend. Don't pretending that I give a fuck to not in a grit. Just niggas best to just admit it, I'm as dumb as it gets. I'm fucking dumb. I said I'm dumb. Don't even need act the kind I want. Said I'm dumb. I said I'm dumb. Act the kind I want. I said I'm dumb.
Hey, so that was Physics from Staten Island. This track was called Dumb, and he's from Scotland.
Oh, okay.
In case you're wondering what the accent is from, he's Scottish. Okay. So I'm glad you have the subtitles on the bottom too, because you know we're not so familiar with that accent, so it kind of helped out a lot because you're going so fast too. You know what I mean? That was cool. You know what I mean? I think you deserve more angles in your video. You know what I mean? But the song was cool. It's one of those high speed tracks, you know. So yeah, keep going. That's all I can say. What y'all think?
I'm glad he said he was Scottish. You know, now I get it a little bit. Before I didn't get it. I thought he was just gibbering. I didn't understand it, but I didn't even read the subtitles. Yeah, I didn't even read the subtitles. I didn't even know I needed to. I just thought he was just speaking English and going too fast. Just keep working. Let's keep working. Don't let nobody stop you, and try to slow down a little bit. Even though if it's Scottish, just slow down your flow so we can understand a little bit more.
Yeah, I thought the subtitles were going by too fast for me to read them, actually, because you were rhyming so fast. The subtitles were going by so fast I couldn't even read the subtitles. And then because of the accent, the only thing I could understand was the chorus, I'm dumb, 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 dumb. So I didn't like the song too much because it was a little hard for me to understand everything.
Yeah, I agree the same thing. I'm glad he said he was Scottish.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on. Because, you know what I mean? Is he just doing this rapping on purpose? Or you know what I mean? And so you say, yeah, he's from Scottish, so. Yeah, I mean, he might got something going on, man, if you slow it down a little bit. Other than that, yeah, you know.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm. All right, moving on. Next one is by Billy Hush from Soalija, St. Martin. The track is called High Hopes.
Shout out to Shemil Love.
Yes, I know. My eyes are low from all the weed that I smoke.
It's 420.
As time goes, found out I was a fiend. Yes, I need my dope. Yes, I know. My eyes are low from all the weed that I smoke. So when I feel low, I know where to go to get some high hopes. My smoke, I've been smoking and smoking. Paranoia taking over, feel like death is approaching. Thank God for marijuana, swear that shit keeps me floating. I'm losing my breath, I might just drown any moment. How high can we get? Well, girl, tonight we gon' find out. Back to back, keep rolling up, no pauses, no timeouts. No pauses, no timeouts. Come fuck with a G, stand up, nigga. Yes, Hush is me, yes, I'm that nigga. Smoke weed with big worms, smoke with big six, smoke with urban, with Callie's and Ruggeds. Smoke for the dead, put smoke in my head, yeah, that good kush, just a couple tokes and I'm red. Fuck sober life, I live a soldier's life. We doing all this dirt, we put in overtime. We smoking all this kush, I feel the soul of the skies. And I am always hush, and that ain't no surprise. And though they might look shut, I keep a focus sight. It's for my psychos, yup, not them bogus guys. Pull your lighters up, get your weed, roll a joint and just light one up. For the homies in jail and the homies gone. For the real ones, yeah, this a real nigga song. Pull your lighters up, get your weed, roll a joint and just light one up. For the homies in jail and the homies gone. For the real ones, yeah, this a real nigga song. Yes, I know. My eyes are low from all the weed that I smoke. As time goes, found out I was a fiend. Yes, I need my dope.
My dope.
Yes, I know. My eyes are low from all the weed that I smoke. So when I feel low, I know where to go to get some high hopes. My smoke. Yeah, me and Mary got a crazy relationship. Sometimes I really hate the bitch. Tell lie, roll up and take a hit. Then I remember why I'm with the bitch. Roll a plane, baby, let's take a trip. For the pain, yeah, we medicate with this. Had to leave couple times, but I came back. Said no to the white girl with my Mary Jane.
all those chemicals, yeah, got you all boost up, but still, I'm not complaining, I'm loving the feeling you give to my brains and the visions I see, yo, they so entertaining, the feeling you give me is so motivating, I'm going to places that I never been, I'm holding all laces, say I am the king, you are my queen, I'm feeling so nice, baby, is this a dream? But she isn't mine, she smoke with everyone, really it's fine, I keep on telling her, long as the time we spend together, you get me high.
All right. Billy Hush with High Hopes from Hush Nation. Cool. Keep doing your thing. There's no problem in the production, you know. It's a very dramatic track, you know. High Hopes, yeah. Okay. Keep going. It's a style of its own. It's a vibe.
All right. No, it's
No. All right.
No, it's 420. It is 420, so it makes sense for to come with a song like that. But I think it was the hook. You know, the hook.
It was the hook for you?
Yeah, the hook. It came off. I think if he wanted to be funny, I think that's what it. If his goal was to make, you know, be funny. I don't know what the goal was, but
that shit was serious.
He was serious.
Yeah.
Well, it was kind of funny, comic. Yeah. I think he could come with another song. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't. I would have had picked that song.
I thought because, like you said, Priest, because it's 420, I thought that the song was appropriate for today.
Yeah.
And I thought, like, you know, it was actually a really good song, you know, for today. Perfect for today, 420.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with
Makes
that.
sense.
You know what I mean? He did the 420 song.
Right.
You know what I mean? He did come in with the rhyme at the end, though.
Oh, and the first verse he had a dope rhyme. You know, at first I was gonna laugh. I was like, because the way it came off, in the hook. But it's meant for now. You know what I'm saying? It's meant for 420. I think he just did that song for today.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna let that go. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's
definitely gonna hear some more stuff on. Oh.
It's funny you mentioned that because he did submit another track.
Oh, there you go. What I was talking about.
Okay.
So
I knew I was talking about. It's
Yeah.
like, this is for 420. Now here we come.
Well, you heard High
Blazing
Hopes.
guns, huh?
You heard High Hopes. This song is called High Grade.
Oh, more weed. Let's do it.
Let's go.
Yo. Just wanna smoke all day. Get high all day, nigga.
Oh, this is his holiday.
Getting high today, my die today. No telling Mary Jane, just ride with me. I'ma find a place so I can bar you up. Need a personal time, yeah, one-on-one. Inhale your smoke into my lungs. You start to run all through my veins. Your THC heads for the brain. You erase the pain, life chosen me. It ain't hard to see, we meant to be together. After all, you the healing of this crazy nation. Still so many haters when I spark one up. When the heart went up and just spit in their face. Herb ain't no drug, it's my natural medicine. I'd rather hit the chalice done, pop your aspirin. Limp up the farmer man before I link your pharmacist. Fuck the system, cause smoking that high grade. My brain it is medicine.
Alright, turns up a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Come over here, Mary J. Don't know what I'll do without you in my life.
My favorite type of marijuana is Jamaican haze. It tastes like kush mixed with silver haze. I get this feeling in my lungs and a type of taste. Smoke haze and always feel amazing. Look in my eyes, you'll see I'm gazing. Bloodshot red with silver glazing. Can't even remember back in the days when we used to try to see how long we could blaze it. Real nigga shit, cigarettes ridiculous, not allowed in my home. From the front of the back of my house, so smoked out, done it all on my own. Put the reefer in the lungs, nigga roll one for your killer. Let we get a little faded once Rudy in the place. I gotta say you fucking think he was the weed on in the plate, a little hot brown in it.
Smoking that high grade. My brain is medicine. Come over here, Mary Jane. Don't know what I'll do without you in my life.
No. Way better. Should have let off with this one.
Well, I gotta be clear. So that was Sensomatic featuring Fix High Grade. Same Hush Nation. So like they're a group. You know what I'm saying? And this is,
that's different from the other first?
It's the same group. Like, so that they're both Hush Nation apparently. Yeah.
All right, so us three, we're a group. The first song was me. Now, who's the second song?
The second song was Sensomatic featuring
Fix.
A different person?
Yeah.
Same person?
It's the same person submitted. They're both from the same person. I'm assuming they're both Hush Nation. If Hush Nation's in the chat, if I'm wrong, let me know. That's what I'm assuming here. The first one was Billy Hush. This one was Sensomatic featuring Fix.
Okay. Two different.
But either way, they're both good. This one was dope. I like
this one. I like this one better than the first one.
Okay.
But this one. All right, go ahead. You finish.
Oh yeah, Hush Nation. No, Hush Nation said yeah. Okay, so that's the.
Yeah, what?
That they're a group. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're the same person.
Not the same person, because the artist name on this one was Sensomatic featuring Fix. The artist name on the other one was Billy Hush.
Okay.
Yeah, it's most likely a producer who's, putting out his artists. I believe it's Fix is the producer.
All right.
Okay.
This
was cool.
This song was dope. It's fitted for the time, but I think you can. It's a more rider music. Like you can ride with this. You know what I'm saying? You could just be like vibing out to it. Rhymes was dope. And on the first one, the rhyme was dope. The hook wasn't as dope as this hook, but to each his own. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I definitely like this song. I like this one.
Yeah, I agree. I like this song better than the first one I heard. But again, it was 420, so
Yeah.
Both.
Yeah, both of them was talking about herb.
Yeah.
Smoking high.
I already heard it. I already heard the noise.
Mm-hmm.
Heard the intro.
Smoking a high grade.
That was dope.
All right.
High grade.
I knew it. They had more than one. That's dope. You always got to have more than one.
Mm-hmm. All right, this one, you already know who it is.
Yep, I heard the intro.
This is none other than Ka Zodiac. Track is called Change Our Ways.
Let's go. Well, peace to RP.
Are we supposed to attack them? I thought we were starting over here, changing our ways.
So I think it's time we changed our ways. So I think it's time we changed our ways. So I think it's time we changed our ways and celebrate another glorious day.
Yo, we didn't change the thing, expected new results. That's called insanity. Let's grow into adults. Mighty mentality. Let's leave the stupid coat.
Yeah, you did that.
Let's lead a new revolt. Every day's a new insult. They mock our intellect, feed us with faulty info, pretend like it's correct. We pass it to our children and we don't even check. Gave up our dignity, like we don't need respect. We can't lie to our babies, then they cry when they crazy. We relied on the shady, ask them why they angry. Pass them uncertain futures, we provided the maybes. You deny us innately, place inside when they shake me. We put our seeds in danger, we denying them safety. I'm trying to wake the sleeping giants, still trying to sedate me. Illustrate the villain tape, picture them trying to frame me. I color out the borders, clear up your cloudy auras.
Clear the cloudy auras, yeah.
Why do they have all these poor people blocked off in one part of the city? This is why I never came here before. I always heard it was so different from the way the monks taught us to live.
This city is a prison. I don't want to make a life here.
Yeah, the news means no evidence was supported. It's all a plan, they selling it and they bought it. We still watching the terror that they recorded. Phony Muslims holding weapons, interrogating reporters. Timeline clickbait, it was evident when you caught it. Something smells fishy, something in the history. Something that they did to we definitely out of order. They try to Texas while Flint's still out of water. Houston is the problem. Who's a corporate citizen and who's a non-Moroccan? Super colic, fabulistic, breath game. Scared to quit the league. We still waiting for someone to blame. Haters a disease. Believe one eighth of what you see. We still watching the TV. Still shop like we greedy. 30 pairs of shoes. Red shopping like it's easy. Why acknowledge all they rules? They don't acknowledge the treaties. If you tired and you wheezy, come and catch your holy breath. We have never known death. Now we think we only flesh. Moral leaders born to leave us. Royal feeders born to free us. Tarnished by the poison leaders hoping to be chef. If you know it's a trap, why you ain't trying to leave? Why you holding the strap but ain't trying to squeeze? When they choke you and clap, when you trying to breathe, act like you overreact and laugh at the sounds you leave.
So I think it's time we changed our ways.
Y'all quick to jump on anybody else bandwagon but your own. Why? Because you think your wagon is raggedy? Why? Because you think that they don't deserve for you to lift it up? Why? Because you're ashamed of your people? Let me help y'all out real quick. You should hold your head up higher than anybody else. You have done shit that they can't even figure out.
420, I was trying to figure what that was.
Well, it's appropriate because we are going into Taurus, the bull, the season of the bull.
And he's Taurus.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Shout out to I call that symbolism.
Yeah, right after 420. Tomorrow, technically, we go into the middle of spring.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm saying? And then May 1st would be the middle of, spring. But yeah, Taurus season. It's the bull, so it's appropriate. Good track as always. Yeah.
Make some noise, yo. Listen. No evidence was supported. News. He killed that part.
Yeah,
he said news.
Yeah. No
evidence was supported. Yeah. Yo, that was hard. Yep. That was hard.
He said supercalifragilistic like something.
I could not. That was dope. Those two lines right there. They shot out. Yo, that was fire right there.
Yeah.
Super fragile. I could not. Yo, that was fire. Yo, I was like, yo. It was always a treat. Always a treat, yo.
Coach Kandaka posted 4 glasses of milk.
Yeah, I caught the symbol. No, he's Taurus. So he was doing the bull. Yeah. When the bull was wild. The dances. Yeah.
Shaking his derriere.
Yeah. That's a good one. Shaking his derriere. Yo. I'm telling you, the synchronicity is so heavy now. We just link it up, yo.
I thought it was dope. I thought the video was really good. The lyrics, everything was always really good with him. What is it? Change Our Ways, COW, cow. Hit the cow in there. I thought it was dope.
Oh wow, I didn't catch that one. Change Our Ways.
Change Our Ways.
Yeah, we breaking it down. Kyle Zodiac.
It was dope, man.
Yeah, Change Our Ways. I didn't catch that one. A good one.
One thing I can say is bars. Nothing but bars.
Yo, we just got. I was gonna announce the website for next time, but we got 2 last-minute submissions.
Let's get a Royal Priesthood website going.
Should we hit them?
Yeah, and
we can do
IG page too.
Yeah.
Oh man, y'all just putting me to work.
What? Going. Start.
No,
out there. What's that? Royal Jelly. That's my joint. I'll play that.
All right. So we can hit these 2 last-minute submissions. What you think?
Of course.
Okay, we normally don't do this, but we're gonna go ahead and do it right now. This one is by Apis Ra'el Demetrius Elon Hunter from DC. It's called Animal Husbandry Training / New Earth NFT. Let's go.
Oh, this stuff.
Further, could you give an explanation for some as to what exactly animal husbandry training is?
The other part of animal husbandry training was how they would also torture the animals and see how they would respond, etc. And they applied that to the people too. And this is where you get a lot of, in certain targeted areas, you'll see where there's fratricidal problems, where you see the gangs and the people killing each other, etc. That came from animal husbandry training. And the people think that that's part of what they would call hood culture, and that's animal husbandry training. It actually is.
This foul growth
of a human embryo is the same spiral growth of the weather in galaxies. My mind caused fatalities, universe inside of me. You just want to divide, but we gotta decide to see the early wave. Don't stay a slave, or wait to be saved. On the right page, organic superfood for days like Killah P. I sip tea. Mathematically, I smoke casually to stay away from sacred geometry of destruction. That spirals is going out of control. We're not creating nothing. We on this plane for something, headed towards infinity, eternity, and endlessness. They lied about everything. I'm innocent, heart light as a feather. I don't have no attachments, but I'm aware this is a human experience. So I made good investments. 250 shares of Billy Carson TV network, learning lessons.
Rakim right there.
When I'm sleeping, on the creek. Now they made a metaverse. I just pulled a major verse, spelling out words I know how not to get cursed. Order and chaos is two sides of the same thing. First, butterfly effect is a concept causing chain reactions. Tornado spinning, smashing in all the places that we've been dealt wrong. Fuck your latest fashion, unless it's your zone and that zone until I touch down home base. Left the case with no trace. I wish I could make her buy and drink a gallon of mace. Take a dump in his face. They always fill it with hate, causing static. The way I combat it, supreme mathematic, African Mayat magic. That's automatic.
That you were for, but since all of that has come about, everybody is changing now. They're getting behind this man from Texas and the man from Massachusetts and telling all the Negroes to come out and
Straight
vote for
killed Rock.
And when they get through voting, they'll still be in the same condition or position that they were when they were promised by the other 33 or 34 men who also ran for office.
Mr. X will march at 1 o'clock. I have to.
That's it. Some of them scenes put them in. Yes. My melody.
Right, my melody.
Check my melody.
It's not about me. It's about what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing but us. What I mean by that, not talking about the people on Earth. This is one of the great mysteries, and this is very, very lonely. But if you're at a certain level, and I have to apologize if you're not on this level. But there's nothing else left in the universe.
All right. Animal husbandry training. By the Apis Ra El Demetrius Elon Hunter. Okay. I would just say the beat needs some work. You need some compression on that beat. You need a higher snare. You need a louder kick drum. I don't know what's going on with the strings. It's a little abstract, but it's cool. Just keep going. Just keep doing your thing. It's cool.
Yeah,
there's definitely potential there. Go ahead.
I don't know how many of y'all know about what is that? Rakim.
My melody.
My melody. Yo, that was the exact the flow.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
The way, the tricks of it. I never heard nobody else rhyme like that but Rakim. Those tricks in '86, my melody. No weed, the 6. I'll be related at it.
Sound like it. Yeah.
Sound just like it, man. He was in the pocket. He was in the zone.
Nice.
Nice.
All right, this next one is he didn't put an artist name.
What you think?
I thought the same Priest. I thought it did sound like the melody at one point when he was rhyming.
We gotta run that back because I never heard nobody rhyme like that since Rakim. Like he captured that whole style, and it was him. I'm not saying if he was imitating. It was just the whole thing was like 86 and 80, 90. My name is Rakim Allah. I said it yeah, he's killing.
All right, this next one is by, I'm assuming he's going to say Marcus Mailer.
Said the cadence, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's called Marvel Mayhem.
Oh man, yo, a lot of people been asking me, Marcus, what's your AKA, man? Like I don't even know, man. There's so many options to run through. I'll give him a bit. Illa Deuce, shout out to Illa Deuce. I know you a DC fan, but come on, rip it up Marvel style, boy.
If I was Spider-Man, I'm Iron Man. For lying down, try me, man, I'll tie his hands, web him to the wall and have him dangling. Spider senses making sure that suckers aren't surprising him. Seeing that all kind of creatures wanting my demise again. If I was Hulk, get off my turf. Walking around without my shirt, suppressing rage, anger, hurt. Push me and I'll go berserk. Don't step to me, I ain't no chump. I'm Wolverine, I know you suck. 3 slashes that'll hit your gut. And yes, it happened all at once. I'm Punisher, you're looking at a visual anti. Life ain't candy, sweet or dandy. Kill you cause it kill my family. Arsenal of weaponry. Henry, you getting at me hardly. Moving menace, you witnessing a one-man army. Rebel, but what's a daredevil to the daredevil? Stare, but don't think that I can't get you. I feel more than you can possibly believe. Can't see, but other senses on the next level. Hysteria when I come through like Captain America. Blue, white, and red, I'll never acknowledge failure. Rolling with a shield and a punch that is scaled to a Richter 7 quake and a bite with malaria. I surf the slickest, see I'm the slickest surfing, the silver surfer. Not sure that if the earth is worth it. Came from the cosmics just like a symbiote that attached and thus became my cloak. Referred to as I. Now I really know I'm carnage. Taking life doesn't seem too difficult. Creator of the suffering, enforcer of the ridicule. But who's the other? One but one another. Black beast, yep, I'm in them. Guess we be venom. Before I get caught, I'm Doc Ock when it gets hot. Mangling a city block while handling a pretty broad. To every question, Captain, I need an answer. Got something on my back that'll smack like a jackhammer. Blade, I'm black, insane, I'm back. Pistol's teeth, there's no taking back. Attack with chains and gas. Hate a bloodsucker, but yet I'm half of the same thing. I'm showing where the grave be at. I'll crush you with my bare fist. Kingpin, last name fist caked. So I spend cash aimless, untamed, dangerous. Underworld kingship, bulky mob boss. Boy, you can't retain him. Now fathom, I'm the Black Panther. So holla at T'Challa when you coming through Wakanda. I don't think you better than this. You as far as a wish from being this intelligent, plus a combat specialist. I'm on fire, yep, I'm the Human Torch. Member of Fantastic Four, moving forth, gas galore. That's for leaving them in awe. High-headed without a flaw, so they calling me that pretty boy. Oh my God, for this dude, it takes a bit of understanding. So call me Gambit, stolen at birth, vanished. You know what? The next thing I throw gon' blow up. So shut the up, you sit down and never get up. Now you see, bro, I beat Magneto. I put to sleep foes, so tell Xavier, Daddy better keep low. Now if I'm Mysterio, the dealio is what's real from illusional. Smoke mass and magic critical. We're fooling you is true for thinking you the coolest though. I leave you delusional, contemplating just so I could eat your food. If I was green, then I'm not a goon, but a goblin. Move like a problem, a dead man, insane and malevolent. Cruising on a goblin glider, pumpkin bongo, get inside you, leave the
All right. That was Marvel Mayhem by Marcus Mailer. It's cool.
That was fun.
Marvel character rap. So he was going through all the characters. Huh?
Yeah, either on there. That was dope.
Yeah,
that was dope. I like that
old school sound to it.
Yeah.
Noise.
Definitely loved it.
That was dope.
I'm a huge fan of Marvel characters, so you know, it made me feel like I was reading a comic book almost. So I really liked it.
Yeah, I like the concept. I like it. Kind of remind me of my homie from back in the day, Last Emperor, from Philly.
Yeah, he did one like that.
Kind of have that kind of little style. But keep going, brother, man. I like everything about it. I like when people do stuff like that.
All right.
And for those at home, if you want to submit tracks for the next song promo on Monday, go to killerpriest.tv/song promo. Link is in the description.
Also, while y'all here, I'm gonna play. This is me and Marco Buddha. This is our NFT. This is for esoteric knowledge. Shout out to Rael. This is our first NFT, and it's gonna be soon launched. Shout out to Marco Buddha in the place. Esoteric. Let's play. Different mics. Just let them over here explain it.
We are free beings by default and try to force
the mic chakras.
to fit in a certain mode. It's just a recipe for disaster.
You know what I'm saying? Each mic is a chakra.
When you can program the minds, and that's what you're seeing going on with the television.
Sacred geometry, basic astronomy.
Let's get minted.
Right.
Hey.
Nice.
Marco Buddha in the building.
Marco Buddha.
Rael's a dope MC also. I met him through Marco Buddha. Done that. So that's the first joint right there. That's for esoteric knowledge. Yeah, I heard that right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay.
And
esoteric knowledge.
Oh, peace. Oh, we already played it. All right. So Danny Salinas, one good looking. Thank you so much. Yo, I want to thank everybody that came. Laird Scranton, dropping the knowledge. You know what I mean? Real scholarship. You know. Yo, that was a good meal, yo, for real. I can't wait till this is over.
Very good, man.
Yeah,
exactly. That was good. Tastes just like the restaurant.
Better.
Yeah?
I think better, yeah, because it's homemade, man. You can't be homemade.
You're right,
yeah.
you can't beat it.
Because you don't get too much of that salty stuff. You just get it just right.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know you could make it like that. Yeah. All right, yo, to the craft room. Yo, catch us next Monday. Contemplate right now. No special announcement from Zion Lex, who wants to reveal something. I don't know if we're gonna do a whole thing, but he did his DNA. Yeah.
Oh, he did his DNA?
Yeah, he did his
DNA.
Nice. So it's kind of crazy.
Okay.
And,
that's dope.
Yeah, so it's gonna be some crazy, deep stuff. I can't wait for this. And also the Gozy, and Gozy's supposed to have came tonight, but we'll catch him again. And stuff like that. Shout out to him because he hit me up. And man, it's moving forward. Shout out to Vinny too. And I want to say, make sure y'all go cop it. My man Dave Flores. Yeah, we listened to it today.
Yeah, we listened to the whole thing straight through.
Yeah, shout out to him. Yo, let's
it's
play.
A nice ride.
Yes, it is.
Let's leave out on Cranberry. Play something. Yeah, right.
You always kind of play that one though.
I never play Cranberry.
I'm thinking.
You thinking of?
Okay, yeah.
Corpse. Because I said Cranberry.
Right.
I talk about Cranberry. A lot of fruit.
I know you're talking about a lot of fruit on this album, man. What were you thinking about?
Fruit. Oh, is that somebody leaked it? Somebody got it already leaked, so y'all can find it on. I don't supposed to do that, right? No. Hey. It's gonna be,
I didn't say nothing.
It's gonna be out there anyway. All right, this right here is Cranberry. This you introduce it. This is one of your favorite.
Cranberry on Horoscope. It's probably my favorite track on this album, man. I love this album. Cranberry is an absolutely wonderful song, man. Wait till you guys hear this. Yes.
All right, and we'll see y'all on Monday.
Peace. Shout out to Danny Salinas.
Peace, Danny. Peace.
Raspberry blood.
Shout out to
Underwater warrior, savage love. Dark jigsaw jungle, the stars and moon sits above. I'm in the purple room where red tigers pick a cub. Said the merchant I met at the pub. And behind these curtains are wine, exotic women and drugs. I walked in, above was red and purple bubs. Below were these exotic rugs. Small mahogany tables with fine leaves with tea and these shrubs. A fishnet gloved hand came over my right shoulder. Big beautiful red lips whispered in my ear, let's have some bud. My shoulder shrugged. I asked why. She said, because. Such a cute tiger cub. May I hold it? I see you trying to resist. Is this your first time inside the hub? You're so tense. Then gave me a quick kiss, then insist that I sit. She said, here, try this or take a sip. In a moment I was drenched. My mind started to drift. I was in a room full of playmates, a black belt, a professor and a comic, and a Hindu lady. Is Mr. Heavy Mental going crazy? The dragon enters into the den of the Chinese cult. The reflection of the light made the room seem like it was lime green smoke. Then out of nowhere, here comes the mermaid majesty. The herbs lay gradually inside of a tray as the cat purred and played happily. She asked, have you heard of the Maccabees? Her face looked disturbed, then savage passion as she started passing the tea. She said, this saddens me. My heart rate increased rapidly like an athlete as her eyes being beyond dreams distracted me. In the full moon it bloomed in a beautiful room of tapestry. She showed aggression passively. I'll kill her at noon. Primeval princess, I was caught in her web of desire. The moth is about to be fed to the spider. Black widow nympho, she reacts on impulse. I peeped the ways through the incense smoke. Her beauty was hid like the cobra on the breast of the mummy when you lift the coffin lid inside the left of the pyramid. Her sex was mysterious. Her neck was the Tower of Babel. Her breasts were luxurious. Her ears and navels had such piercings. I touched her earrings. Let us settle our differences. I was on her sexual premises. Extraterrestrial love unlimited. Her lips were beet red. That turned sour in an hour. Fermented. Demented positions, switching, Within minutes, the daughter of Babylon has risen.
Yo, Killah Priest, yo. That shit's hard, yo. Yo, keep going, Priest. Keep going, Priest.
Cranberry blood.